have all the time.
Oh, we're going live. I clicked the button before. I was like, what's happening? Anyway, we're
That's
live
good.
now. I just clicked that too quick. Alrighty, let's jump. I just threw myself off. I'm going crazy here. Welcome back to the dating coach panel. It's pretty simple. We have a bunch of dating coaches on all at once and run through some questions so we can understand all the angles of various topics in game. Super chats, drop a super chat to ask a question. Questions for all panelists are prioritized $5 USD or more, not like five Colombian pesos or something that's like 0.0000 whatever. $5 USD or more, increasing as we go on. Check the chat for details. Now let's get started. Where are you guys joining us from? Zan, you just jumped in. Where are you joining from?
I'm in my studio in Bucharest. It's 11:30 or 11 o'clock at night here, and I'm in Bucharest. And I don't go. I was just telling you guys, I don't go so far anymore. I kind of stay here, going to England next month, but I usually go to Canada and Romania. Canada to see my family, and back here. So
Interesting.
yeah.
Zan
Uh,
has made a wonderful life for himself in Bucharest.
I
I've had
have.
the good fortune of hanging out with him and meeting his friends, family, loved ones, and he is truly surrounded by love there. So I can see why you are in no hurry to get out.
Yeah, no, I stopped travel. I was traveling like with one pair of shoes, one carry-on bag all over the world is as you know how to do it. And I got here, I'm like, I just kind of stopped traveling, strangely enough.
Alrighty. We got Erik Von Markovik, mystery, of course, who just came on. Where are you calling from? You look like you're living in 2055. You're like 30 years ahead of us
I'm
right
living
now.
in the future. That's right, with my new glasses. They're Shocks glasses. They have bone conducting headphones built
Oh
in.
wow.
That's what I'm talking to you on right now. Quite extraordinary. That
Is
said, my
this
name is Erik Von Markovik. I'm also known to the world as Mystery. I'm a full-grown man with a nickname. I can't seem to get rid of it, so I don't try anymore. I'm currently I'm currently in Chicago at Ablaze's pad. He's in the studio right now, around the corner from me here. I'm in the living room, and we are simulcasting from Chicago, Illinois.
perfect?
Yeah.
What was I gonna say? Yeah, we got another Erik, Ablaze. You're calling from Chicago, obviously. Anything want to say what's going on there? You'll always get your cup of electricity or something.
Yeah, what's going on, guys? Ablaze here, Erik Carlberg, Mystery's wingman, and just happy to be on this panel with the legends here. I've never met Zan before, but we did a boot camp in Bucharest a few years ago in 2022, and you just happened to be out of town. But big fan, Zan. I've known you since I was in my early 20s, since the glory days of the scene, and it's an honor to be here with you and Mystery. I'm kind of over Mystery, he's just my buddy now, like I know him so well. No, I'm kidding. Uh, yeah, what's
All
up,
right.
guys?
Perfect. And looks like our special secret guest is here who came in to surprise us. You want to put your video on and throw yourself in, or you gonna stay hidden for an extra few minutes? Maybe he wants to stay secret for a little bit. Just give it a few seconds. If not, I'll just say, unfortunately, Ross can't join us because yesterday his beloved cat died. So
Oh,
very upsetting for him, of course. So we send him our love. It would have been amazing to have him on the panel as always. He's always a regular on this channel. Previously had a friendly debate with Mystery, so that was all good. But this panel is incomplete without you, my friend. So whenever we can have you back again, let's do another similar thing like this and have a good time. Alrighty, moving on. Let's jump straight into these questions. So there has always been the idea of leave her better than you found her as a rule for pickup. As some of the great and original figures of the community, what would you suggest could be some other rules for guys to follow?
That is a loaded question. It's so general. I'm having a tough time finding the rabbit hole into my mind to come up with a good answer for you on that question. That's so general. Get out of the house. That's a good motto.
Yeah.
That's the difference between being good at pickup and getting good at pickup and not getting good at pickup, is getting out of the house. The game begins when you get in field. So if you're not getting in field, you're not gaming, son.
There you
Any
go.
other perspectives?
Yeah, like Erik said, it's a wide open question. And I agree with you. You have to put boots on the ground if you want to, learn anything. You can read and study and watch all the YouTube videos you want. But if you don't get out there and see what you're made of, have your body collide with the earth, you're not gonna, you're not going to grow and learn and lick your wounds and keep going. So yeah, you gotta get out there. You gotta, Woody Allen said that 80% of success is just showing up. And that's what we're not doing. We just don't show up. If you just went up to girls and said, hey, I don't know what to say, but I want to say hi. You do way better than most guys that just stand around with your beer.
Exactly, 100%. So the theme of the two idea, I know, super loaded questions to start with, but it's hard. You can't just like make laws on the spot, So this does require a lot of thought. So those two themes are respecting women generally and taking action, if we really put it down to super concise words. So that's probably like as best it can be put, I suppose. I can't really think of anything else. Yeah, super loaded question. Any other perspectives before we move on?
Yeah, I'll add to that. I think it's important to develop a style of game, if you will, that feels congruent to your personality. We can certainly learn from one another and borrow material and systems and so forth. But similar to music, I think it's important to create a style of game that just resonates with your soul and your spirit, because that's going to be sustainable. Don't be afraid to experiment outside the bounds of your genre, but focus on your journey, doing this from a place that feels real and authentic, because that'll give you longevity. And part of the trick, if you will, is to get into the game and stay into the game for a long period of time. There are no quick fixes.
Kind of like martial arts. If you learn martial arts for 6 months, you'll know enough to get yourself seriously hurt, right? But if you're in for several years, you're in it for the long haul. That's where the improvement starts to take form. Same here in the Venusian arts. You got to get in there, game hard, learn your lessons, take your lumps, and a skill set will be developed from that work.
Alrighty. On to the next one. Does it ever happen when a woman recognizes you or finds out who you are? How do they react? Is it along the lines of, oh my God, that's Mystery, the magical pickup artist wizard, is going to wave his magic wand in my face and make me fall in love with him? Or Zan, he writes sexy books and looks like Johnny Depp. He's just going to want to get with me and never call me back. Well, what's the deal with this?
There are generally two types of scenarios that present themselves when I go in field. There are the hot approach sets or groups, and then there are the cold approach groups. I can tell the difference immediately because the hot approach groups, I've already uploaded my demonstrations of higher value into those people's heads prior to my arrival. Through my TV show, through my books, through my works that are all available online. Anyone who does a search on me will find quite a bit of entertaining content. So that looks like fame to a lot of people. So from the hot sets, I'm getting people knowing me already, approaching me because they know I'm genuinely an approachable human. And they come up and want to take a picture with me and tell them that they've read my book and have good things to say. But If it's a legitimate cold approach pickup, which is what I'm famous for being good at, I have to start from scratch, which I do. I start from scratch, and by the end of the interaction, they're going to treat me like it's hot game. Because I've uploaded DHVs, demonstrations of higher value, into the set, they're going to treat me accordingly. Make sense?
Yeah, Mr. Because you were you were much more in the popular culture consciousness than I was. I'm recognized by guys, not women. I don't know. I need some groupies, you know. But I get recognized by guys if I go out a lot, as you do too, right, Mystery?
Yes,
But
sir.
and yeah, like you said, they want to take a picture. Hey, I saw you on YouTube or whatever. Um, but not so much girls. You know, the idea was to surround myself with girls. That's why I got into this in the first thing. I'm surrounded by guys. What can I say?
Well, it's a case on my end too. There's a lot of men in field, in the public gatherings that recognize mystery, but they oftentimes have girls with them.
Mhm.
And those girls see their boyfriend or, male friend reacting to my presence in a very excited manner. It gets the women excited to meet me too. So those hot game
Of
moments
course.
are wonderful social proof. If I have a woman with me in my group and she sees a fame moment, as long as she doesn't have to hold the camera, she's impressed by the moment. And if you get a couple of those, 2 or 3 of those in an evening, and a woman sees that, she'll recognize that you're famous. Now, again, I'm only famous for being good at cold approach pickup, right? So it's the best of both worlds, to be honest. If people don't recognize me, I'll go in and they'll get to meet me. And if they recognize me already, well, my work is a little bit easier.
I've had to explain to women that I'm a dating coach and that I have a relationship with Mystery, because I'm typically not recognized by women either. In the Chicagoland area, I will occasionally be approached by a dude who's seen me in a podcast or what have you. But yeah, I have to explain to women what I do, and I have to explain to them my connection with the pickup artist, not just a pickup artist, but the pickup artist. What I've found is that women are actually very understanding and non-judgmental for the most part. Every now and then a girl's radar goes up. I'm red flagged somehow by all of this, but for the most part, I found that women are very open-minded, understanding, patient. When I give them my story from start to finish about how this thing evolved, it's usually all gravy.
All
I have
right, any
to,
other
I have
comments?
to say one thing. I have a lot of respect for this, because guys need some help, and they've needed help for a long time, and it's a sincere thing. The pickup artist community gets a lot of flack because of manipulation, but there's a real need, and it's a real honest thing, and I've never moved away from it, and neither of you, Mystery. Here's
I'm
there's
still
only of us old
teaching.
guru type guys from back in the day. Well, not gurus, but you know what I mean. The old OG guys. There's only a few of us doing this. Are still having a conversation about men and women. Like, people moved on to business coaching or authenticity coaching or ayahuasca retreats or whatever it is. But just this idea that the conversation of men and women is fascinating. That social energy is incredible. And I have a lot of respect for that because there's a real need for that. For young people and older people, there's a strong need for it. And there's no good messages for men.
So me and Beckster were kind of talking about this recently when I interviewed him about like the history and how some of it has been lost since you guys go back way more than 20 years in terms of what you have been doing in your own personal lives in this game. And some of the history has been lost. And what I wanted to do is recenter everything with Game Global and have all the information available. Not like everyone's information, but recording history. Because I found that when coaches, like you said, do their own things, they might drift into another direction, do sales or something, and then their websites will be shut down, things will change. And then that knowledge, which was genuinely valid, their own personal advice, whoever the coach may have been, and that then becomes kind of lost. So it's great to have everything come back together again. This is why I really wanted to do this old school game panel, as I call it, to really get back in touch with the roots of game and stuff alongside that. So yeah, we're gonna dive into that kind of stuff today. Speaking of which, what is something you think people don't get about you and your work?
Who are you asking?
Everyone. All these questions are for everyone unless I specify.
Can you repeat the question?
What's something you think people don't get about you?
Surprise, surprise.
There we go.
Supplies. How you doing, buddy?
How's it
Good
going?
to see you, pal.
Good to see your
You
face.
say my name and I appear. Puff of magic.
He's the magician now.
We had our old gone.
I was just going to say we were asked a question. Perhaps we can have you field this question.
Which was it?
Ice, would you mind repeating the question one last time?
Something you think people don't get about you and your work.
Well, do you know what? I heard the last one before, and it reminded me of a time about 12 years ago when Mystery and I were doing loads of boot camps together, and he said, why don't you go and stay with Matador for a while? Go and stay with Matador in his house for a while. I think you'll learn a lot from each other. And he's one of the icons as well, VH1 pickup artist as well. And so I went and stayed with Matador for a while in LA, downtown in the big tower blocks, you know, where it's real nitty gritty, but also good training grounds in the Standard, the rooftop bars. And we got along famously. And I heard Matador can be quite tough to get along with. But I think if you've got game, you can keep up. And I remember at one point we did loads of stuff in that week. We were out every night. But the end of like 3 weeks, there was a super conference going on. And there were like, I don't know, 200, 300 people in there. And it was this Sunday coming up. And I remember Matador gets on stage. We've been out for weeks, remember, endlessly weeks, doing crazy stuff. And he comes on stage and he did a big speech. But the main bit of the speech I remember, and I'm at the front and I did a talk as well. And he said, you know, pickup really saved me, really saved my life. And I know there was definitely tears coming down his eyes. And I remember he's the fucking one of the most alpha male guys you can ever meet. So you can't say that this was him being feminine. He was just speaking from the heart and the soul. And he said, pickup saved my life. And I felt that so deeply because it's something that I've very thought, where would I be now? I'd be in a relationship with someone that I'm not interested in, or I won't know how to go out there and meet anyone. The world is blind to me. I can't go and talk to that person that I want to go and talk to over there. You know, one set can change your life. That could be your future wife if you're inclined to get married. And I remember he's crying, and I felt that, and I turned around to the audience, and I was like, are people really going to understand what he means by this? Do you have to be in game quite a long time to understand? And I tell you, half the room was in emotional state. Some way or another, they're either holding themselves, they're listening to him, and you couldn't even hear a brass snap at the end of the room. You couldn't hear it. It was silence. Everyone was so invested in that. And I thought, yes, that's exactly what it is. It's taking it back for yourself, having the power to go and speak to who you want to speak to, being a man in the way that you can attract women without being a fucking asshole. Right? Because there's many people that have read the game, or they've been in game 10, 15 years, and they don't still get it. They think it's being rude, trying to be like this and arrogant and egotistical. And that is definitely not the way forward. It's not the alpha male. It's more the sigma male, or it's more being a person that has mixed Venusian arts, that can do anything in any situation. They don't need a harem of social proof behind them. Now, that's good. That's something to work forward to. That's 5th level of game. But having to go, right, I'm on a plane, I'm in a bar, I'm in a park, I'm on the street, I'm in New York, I'm in London, I'm in Peru, and you can just turn it on and turn it off when you want to. And that's what I felt in that moment of Matador saying that. And that's why I knew, and I knew anyway, that that guy has got some serious game, because he has got the Sigma, the alpha enough to go on stage and say how Pickup saved his life and shedded a tear, because we've all been there, we've all felt it, and I know we have. And if you say you haven't, you're lying.
100%.
World-class pickup.
Yeah, don't be regional pickup. Don't just do it in your own home, and don't rely on having 20 girls with you, or even 2 or 1. Be able to do it for yourself, and everything else is a bonus. How you doing, Zan? Good to see you, brother. I hadn't seen you since your birthday a couple of years ago.
That's true. I'm older now.
Hey, you look great, man, always. I know there's that painting in the attic that you can't touch, right?
Yeah, that's right.
So you'll never grow old.
Exactly.
Alrighty. Any other perspectives on this? That was fascinating.
Repeat the question.
Yeah, what was the question?
It's a short question.
We get so distracted there.
It's a long
What's
story, though.
something you think people don't get about you and your work?
I'll say something quickly. People read, I wrote a book called The Alabaster Girl, and people read the book and they skim the tops. They say, oh, Zan talks about complimenting, talks about curiosity, talks about these great, and that's me. And I do all those things. So they double down and they become a nice guy. Because they think that, you know, that they only read the poetry on the top of what I tried to write. They don't ever, even though it's massively in there, and I talk about it all the time, is all I talk about is you gotta latch onto that danger element of you, that dark forest spirit, that desire to bend the world over, and which is what men are missing, this modern generation is missing. And they think that they read my stuff and they say, oh yeah, Zan says to do all these wonderful things, empathy, curiosity, respect, that's me. And they become a nice guy. And it's like, no, you're missing that. You have to have, if you're just a nice guy, or if you just have this upper energy, you're a nice guy, and women will date you, but that's it. They don't lust after you. They don't think about it. They don't fantasize about it. They don't play with a vibrator thinking of you. And if you're only, you know, the deeper, dark sexual energy, and it's not balanced with respect and kindness and empathy and curiosity and humor, then you're kind of aggressive and kind of invasive. So I think a lot of guys, I attract a lot of nice guys who think that, yeah, I read your stuff and you know, and resonate with it, but you're missing this desire, this danger element. So that's what they get wrong about me.
Would it be fair to say something along the lines of disagreeableness, or I don't know?
Yeah,
how do you explain it?
Guys are not horny, and I don't get it. I don't understand it. Testosterone is like falling off a cliff, as we know. But I talk in my lectures, or I talk on stage, and I'll say, you know, like, tap into that sexual energy. Guys say, how do I get more sexual energy? You watch a lot of porn all day long. Don't tell me you don't have it. You just hide your light under a bushel. And I'm thinking, tap into that, because that's how God created you. That's your, you know, nowadays it's, you know, toxic masculinity and you shouldn't do that. Don't be offensive, whatever. I think that guys hear my stuff and they think it's more poetic and curiosity and these wonderful things, but I'm down and dirty, because women are down and dirty. Women are dirtier than we are. And I know this, and everybody gets it wrong, because they don't listen. They don't hear what I'm trying to say. No, they say, yeah, I'm listening. Yeah. I'm sexual. No, you're not. You know, you're not tapping into something that's primal and fundamental, which women are saying, okay, he's a nice guy, I'll date him 3 times, but I'm not interested. I'm not lusting after him. So anyway,
I agree. I think a lot of the most kinkiest situations I've been in a lot, is because women have orchestrated it or started it. It's not because of me. Now, I'm not saying I'm a nice guy. I'm a semi-erect guy. You know, I'm living in the direct, indirect middle here somewhere. But women are the ones that grab you and say, take me now, do this, do that. And as you said, bend over. And I think really they want that, but they want it in the right way. You can't just take it.
It has to be respectful.
Mine. Yeah. You got to first do the attraction. You got to build a bit of discomfort, and then the seduction unfolds in front of you. And
if
and that's
guys only knew what women are
value.
thinking, right?
Yeah.
If guys only knew what women are thinking, like they'd be shocked. They'd be shocked to their core if they knew what women are really fundamentally thinking all the time.
I mean, if you go back and you look at how many girlfriends that we've all had, right? And the amount of things that they've said to you, and then thinking they can't be the only one saying it. No, they're all saying it. You just got to tap in.
To throw on top of what you say, I absolutely agree. I'm not going around thinking I want to pee in a woman's mouth, but when a woman says, "Can you pee in my mouth?" I'm like, "Oh, you know what? That's interesting." First time it happens. Never done it before. Okay. It's like I'm not going around proposing that situation. It just fucking got
We're not going to cut
by
to video,
else.
are we? Are we cutting to video of this now? Or what's going on?
This is live and everything is going to be shown.
Fair enough.
Just only show the top half of your body, okay? Last episode,
I will not stand up. I will not stand up.
We had a random guy who was not a panelist. I opened it up to one random guys who wanted to call in. One of them gave a tour of his house and just showed his penis on camera. Oh, wow. So we're never doing that again. We're just sticking to coaches now. But anyway,
that's a different type of boot camp, isn't it?
Yeah, the stay-at-home boot camp where you just troll people all day.
The keyboard jockey slung along.
Exactly. Anyway, great point. Everyone want to jump off of Beckster's point, like I did, the pee in your mouth, pee in my mouth thing.
Yeah, that wasn't my comment.
I didn't suggest that. I didn't suggest it, but when that becomes suggested to you, you're like, oh, she's into that, or yeah, it's funny.
Well, it brings up a thought of creating the boyfriend-girlfriend frame. You get the girl back to your place and you say, why don't you go wash up? I'm going to close the curtains. And she goes to wash up like she would if she were in a relationship with you. And then you go and wash up and say, why don't you light the candles while I go wash up? And so why are you two washing up? It's presumed that it's a girl-boy dynamic. You set the frame that this is boyfriend-girlfriend type behavior, and they fall into the frame because they've been through it before.
I'll throw something on top of the original question, which was what's something that people don't understand about you, or what's something that people get wrong about you, or something you wish people knew. Something that I learned from Mystery, and I believe other mentors in my life have tried to get this through to me as well, but I let people think what they want of me. People have said good things and bad things about me, and I just sort of, like art, let people perceive me as they will. And I think I used to think a little bit more about, I bet this person thinks this, or I bet this person thinks this about me. And now I just kind of, like a piece of art, I just am who I am, and I let people interpret me the way they want. So I will clarify occasionally and stick up for myself if I really need to. But for the most part, I try not to think through that frame as often as possible.
Alrighty. Any other comments before we move on to the next one?
Let's move on.
Alrighty. What's something you guys have learned from someone else on this panel?
Oh, I've learned from everyone here.
That's interesting.
Everyone.
That's an
I've been in
question.
field with you guys. Zan, I've learned shitloads from you. Way of being. I've learned way of being, how to hold a sexual frame, right? And the dream of having a social circle like you have. That fuels me to keep going, because every time either Beckster and I or Ablaze and I go to a new city, we're meeting people for the first time. We're starting from scratch, And by the end of a week, we have built a social circle there with bittersweet goodbyes when we leave to, as the cherry on the cake. Yeah. So I've learned from all of you.
Yeah, that's
You know.
interesting. I remember back in the day, 20 years ago, you and I would go to those conferences in Montreal and Chicago and stuff like that. And that was 20 years ago almost, or close. And I remember you were just unabashed. David Danzo wrote the book Double Your Dating, and the key theme of that was cocky funny, which is audacious. To be audacious, to say if you're just cocky, you're an asshole. And if you're just funny, you're a nice guy. But to have the unabashed, full force, full-throated expression, and I remember that with you. You would always arrive in these conferences, and you would make a splash because it's you. And I always loved it. I mean, I love to watch it. I love to watch reactions of people, and it's full. This is what's missing. We're so timid. We're trying to hide that expressive side of ourselves, and you just expressed it. You were 100% authentic to who you are. You're a character, and there's no guile in what you tried to do. There's no, I hope people like me, and I'm going to try this. You just unabashedly walked in, and without a care if people like you or accept you. But and I'll tell you this too, but I learned from you too. Well, I just observe. I'm a very observant. That's why I know these things. I see everything, right? I see how the whole dynamic moves in a room. And you are, I remember I had a girlfriend named Martine from Montreal. We went to, you may not remember this, but we went to Neil Strauss's birthday party in Hollywood. And we were there, you and I, and a bunch of people. Martine, girl from Montreal, and she said to me, "So I don't want to go I don't want to go meet all these pickup artists. I'm nervous." And do you remember by the end of the night, it cleared out. You and her were sharing your iPod and listening to, sharing the headset, because you were engaging, kind, respectful, and she talked about it for months after that. She said, I was shocked. These people are so gracious, so kind, so respectful. I felt really welcomed. I felt really seen. And you do that. And I remember that. I observed that. So that was 20 years ago, man.
Well, thanks for pointing that out. I appreciate that, man. That's kind words from her and you. Cool to hear.
I think that what I've learned, especially from Mystery, is group theory. How you keep everyone engaged. You're keeping them all in thralls. You're the pace leader. I know that was your handle originally, wasn't it, Mystery?
Step leader. That's
right.
Step
leader. That's it. You're leading the course, the speed of the conversation, and slowing it down. And I speak fast, so my lesson to myself is slow down, because you don't have to rush. If you're important, people wait. If you pause, there's interest, there's even attraction instead of stuttering and so on. So, I learned to slow myself down in set, even though I naturally speak fast. And I know Neil does as well. I don't know if Neil ever used to speak slower, but
he's talked fast, I remember.
Yeah.
I've learned loads from everybody on here as well. Zan, I've never met you in person, but I remember when I was getting into the game, just your artistic ways. There was something artistic about your style, and I said I want some of that in my game too. Beckster, I've learned loads from Beckster as well. The one that sticks out to me the most is after a night of gaming in Odessa, we were back in our Airbnb, and we were kind of tired and burnt out from a night of gaming, but we were also wired, so we were just awake. And Beckster was just one notch slower than he normally is, because we were tired and the night was coming to a close, but he was still talking, and he was just ranting and spitting out brilliance for like 2 hours. I just sat there, like I didn't actually have popcorn in my hand, but I felt like I was just watching a movie, listening to Beckster pace back and forth and talk for 2 hours. I've watched Mystery do that more times than I can count as well. The biggest takeaway though from Mystery, when I first got into the game, was the idea that you don't have to feel confident to start gaming. You can start going through the motions, even if you're feeling afraid, and trust that the confidence will catch up with you. This blew my mind because I have a little bit of a natural background in the sense that I was social when I was younger, right? I'm not the typical story of, I had no social skills and I learned the game and transformed myself. I had a little bit of game before I discovered technical game, but it always rested on confidence. I always had to feel like I was in a confident state. And Mystery was one of the first people that I heard come out and say, you don't have to feel confident.
Man.
So that was huge. That was the big one for me.
Yeah. Any other comments on this? Alrighty. Moving on to the next one. Zan kind of touched on this a little while ago. Complimenting women is bad. Agree or disagree?
That
Well, I
is
think
so
it's
general.
yeah. I
It's
think
not bad
I
if
don't
you-
like to give a compliment, but I like to give a semi-rect compliment. So I'll be like, "That's the second best shoes I've seen today," or "Oh my God, they're the second best shoes or handbag or whatever it is I've seen today." Not the first. And they're like, "Who's got the first?" And if it's shoes, I'm like, "This guy." But I'm not the one saying they've got the, "Oh, your shoes are amazing." That's just shit. But I'm leaving some intrigue. It's not the best. And they're going to ask, the answer mostly is who's got the first or thank you very much. So it seems like a compliment, but it's not necessarily. And it's not necessarily a neg either, but it is somewhere in the cousin version of the neg. So I like it. It's an indirect neg.
I think what this question refers to is using a compliment on the open. Because of course, at some point, you're going to hit on your girlfriend, right? She's going to become your girlfriend. You're going to hit on her. So it's not a matter of if you're going to compliment a woman. It's just a matter of when. If you're opening with the compliment and she's in a group of people, you say, wow, you're really beautiful. Well, what about the others? Aren't they beautiful too? It's just not.
No,
so
Erik, they're not. They're not beautiful. There's only one hottie in the group. No, I get it.
Give you some food for thought, though.
The way I look at it is,
the others will cock block you for doing that, and she's heard it all before.
the way I look at it is like if the compliments to most guys is loaded with contingency. In other words, if I do this, I should expect that, or I deserve that. So if I buy her a drink, if I do this, I compliment her eyes, then she's flaky if she doesn't give me something in return. Imagine a king walking in his kingdom, and he's got his entourage, and the people are lining the boulevard, and he's walking along, and out of the corner of his eye, he sees this beautiful girl. The young girl, he's never seen her before. What does the king do? He stops. He holds up a hand. The entourage stops. The crowd goes silent. He walks over to her and says, "Who are you? And why have I never seen my kingdom before? You have the most beautiful eyes." Land, land, land. Statement, statement, statement. One way. His compliments are one way. He just expresses what he sees. I like beautiful things. You look like a beautiful thing. I express it. I'm asking for nothing in return. I don't need you to say something back to me, or I just want to say I like nice things and you look like it. So if it comes from that sense of conviction, your compliment is wow. In fact, if you said, the way I would say it is like this: if I said, "Wow, you have the most beautiful eyes," and I know you've heard that all your life, but you've never heard it from me before. That's land, 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 land. And you express the second phrase, you've heard it all your life. You're acknowledging she gets this all the time. Yeah. And you've never heard it from me before. Now you just gave her a fresh compliment she's never heard in her life, even though it sounds like it's the same as it's always been. So it's the difference is conviction of what you want to say, what you like, and let the chips fall where they may. She didn't have to respond. You look pretty, and I just want to say that because that's who I am. As opposed to, "Hey, you're so beautiful. Can I buy you a drink?" And it's loaded with, "Give me back something in return. Otherwise, you're a flake."
The way I see it is when I go and say it, I'm the HB11 or the SHB11 as they call it, Super Hot Babe 11. So I'm immediately I'm sort of qualifying as I go in. Second best shoes, wanted or needed. What if you give me the wrong answer? I'm not sure if I'm going to stick around. I'm giving that, but I'm also not doing it as I'm going to run away. I'm not scared of you. You know, I am the Leo DiCaprio when I go in set, you know. So I'm going in to see if I'm a high value male. I want to know if she's a high value woman. And there's some questions to be talked about. There's some scenarios to go over. I'm testing if you've got a sense of humor to go over your looks. You know, all these different elements that I'm qualifying them in. So that's my take. So yeah, I can be the king getting off my throne, but I've got some work to do. Just like when Leo sent his friend in to speak to that model with the big eyebrows, the English supermodel, I can't remember her name. Looks like Marco Robbie. And he's like, the guy said, oh, Leo wants to talk to you. And she's like, I'm not interested. He didn't go in himself. It'd be better if he went in himself as the king and said it. He doesn't have to say, I love you, because Leo wouldn't do that. But he might be like, yeah, you've got the second best shoes. You interest me. The sound about your smile. I don't know, you know, and then go from there. You know, is it better to be wanted or needed by somebody? And then qualify them off that, knowing that you're the prize. You know, they're not on the pedestal. You can be on an equal one, or you can be on one higher. But it's the cat string theory, isn't it? Or the laser point theory, where you dangle the string or point the laser and the cat plays with it. If you say, I love you, cat, the cat walks off. The cat's not interested. But if you ignore the cat, oh, I'm allergic to the cat. I'm not sure about the cat. I don't really trust cats so much. And then the cat starts rubbing against you and so on and warming you up. And the girl's tantalizing you. That's how I'm playing the game. You know, she chases me. I don't chase her. But the game is definitely afoot. So I'm the 11 going in. That's my mindset. I'm the 11.
You're the prize.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a strong frame to have.
So I used to live with a woman who was the secretary or something along those lines of the best friend of Leonardo DiCaprio. And she would tell me like about the party. So, you know, it's pretty fascinating, the things I heard. I
Was
forget
P.
most
Diddy
of it.
there?
I don't know. I'm not involved.
Did he do it?
Did he do? I don't know. Anyway, I
To
want to
open
go.
up. Did he do it?
I want to go more into Zan's train of thought here, because I was thinking on similar lines. So this question was vague intentionally, but what I'm thinking in terms of is something along the lines of there's a difference between complimenting her as a person, like Zan was saying, you are beautiful and you are attractive. I love your ass. Your titties are huge and I love titties and that kind of thing. And the difference between complimenting her on something not attributed to her herself, but maybe an item of fashion or her taste in something, perhaps like her taste in movies or whatever else. So I would observe the difference there. And yeah, I would just say there are a lot of guys complimenting women on herself rather than her shoes. So I would actually, based on what Beckster says, I would actually compliment her on her shoes. My twist on the shoes thing would be,
I know you
love
love
your
shoes. I know you secretly love shoes because I've seen that shoe in the background, but many
It's no
times.
secret. It's right here. My twist on this would be, you got great shoes, or my girlfriend would love your shoes. My wife would love your shoes. Where did you get them from? So something along those lines. It's not about her. It's about my wife, my girlfriend, or the shoes itself, rather than about her. Or, you know, even if I didn't have any of that extra information in there, it's about her shoes rather than her as a person. So that's one of my personal classic ones. Funny mention, but yeah, any of her perspectives on this?
Yeah, I think that you can be creative with your compliments if you're going to compliment. You know, you're in A3, the third phase, you're qualifying the woman and she's answering your questions. So you want to reward her for the good behavior. I just don't want to compliment anatomy because that isn't something you can change. I mean, something she's been given, you know. Wow, you have large breasts. I mean, where does that take you? You know, she knows she does. She doesn't have to be told, you know. Instead, you walk, you know, you traverse the stairs with great poise. You know,
Unless she's from Beverly Hills, then she'll just change them next week.
I'm a fan
Alrighty.
of the vague compliment as well. So in A3, if we're going to speak through the M3 lens, you can say, I like you. I haven't quite figured out why yet, but I like you. And then you can stack to something else from there.
Yeah, I like
Or
that.
you
That's
have, oh, forgive me. Go
I
ahead.
like that too. I do the same thing. I'm like, why do I like you? There's something about you that made me want to come talk to you. What is it? I don't know yet. There's something about you. Why do I like you? I like
I
that.
wasn't
That's cool.
I wasn't given
Mhm.
an instruction book on how to be human, but something has told me to come and talk to you. You know, you can give a compliment of that nature. It's ambiguous. But another one you can do for push-pull tactic is say, you have beautiful eyes. Can I touch them? Huh? Lick your fingers? How about that? Or you can say, you have beautiful eyes, especially the left one. So you're giving an IOI, an indicator of interest, but then you're taking it away. So she can't give you an IOD back for giving an IOI. You can say, wow, you're really beautiful. And she says, I have a boyfriend. You know? So instead you say, wow, you're really beautiful. Too bad you're not my type. Now she can't say, I have a boyfriend.
Ah, so you
I'm
disqualify
loving these
yourself
alternatives.
so she doesn't have to.
That's right.
Yeah, these are some great
That's push-pull
alternatives.
tactic.
I like complimenting a girl's energy as well. If she responds positively to a compliment about her energy, which what does that even mean, right? She's of my stock. But if she responds negatively and she's like, what does that even mean, right? I can go, nah, never mind. You know, I can rescind it if I want to.
Alrighty. Over to the next one. How do you think your teachings would be different if social media and online dating were as big back then as they are today?
My teachings, I don't think it would have created that much difference because I go in field. All my teachings are about my in-field experiences, going out to public gatherings, nightclubs, rooftop patios, bars. So, you know, I other than instead of getting phone numbers back in the day, I would have gone for Instagram back in the day. And that's what we go for now, Instagram or WhatsApp. But other than that, you still have to get her contact information. It's still a phase, what we call time bridging. We're bridging the time apart so we can be with her again. And in order to do that, we need to get her contact information so we can handle the logistics of meeting up again.
Yeah, we had 10 years of online dating, 4 years of pandemic, and this an entire generation has grown up without an analog experience. And I'm analog. I'm the same as you. The park, the art gallery, you got to put yourself out there. And there's an entire generation of young men that are just on their phones trying to start their dating experience. But the art of the analog of straightening up your tie, gulp, get up my nerve and go talk to a girl, that's not going away. That'll never go away. And I think it's a premium. Like people are going to want to, these digital young people are going to want to learn these analog skills because it's so foreign to them in this modern world.
You know, at some
So
point, you are going to meet the girl in real life, even when you first meet her online. At some point, you're going to meet her in real life.
you have
Do
to
you have the
represent
skill
yourself.
set to
Yeah.
keep her? Right.
Yeah.
Well, we have 5 levels of game that we talk about, but there is a level 0, and that's day game and single set. There's a level -1, which is meeting girls on dating apps. And that's because it's so time consuming that you're better off going out with a skill set and picking up girls that night, or meeting loads of girls that you can bring home or go out with the week after. And then you can work your way up the levels to 5th level of a game, being for famous something for you that you do. You know, Mystery was famous for magic and being a pickup artist. I was famous for, first of all, running the VIP clubs in London and the most famous club in the world at the time, China Whites, and also then being a pickup artist in Europe and London. So it's what can you bring to the table that she can go, I'm so proud of him for, like, he's succeeded this. He's like one of the best of these things. And that's what's really important to a girl. They can be proud of you for something. They can respect you. If they can be proud of you and respect for you with you, they'll stay with you. So I think that's very important. What can you bring
Very
to
important.
the table?
Yeah. Yeah.
Any
well said.
other
I'm gonna
comments?
I'm gonna take just a quick contrarian viewpoint. I 100%, I'm an infielder. The majority of my game was built on social circle when I was younger, and then I got into cold approach and learning technical game, and those are my roots. That being said, I do believe that generally speaking, technology, I feel like generally adds more good than bad. Famous last words, you know, as we all blow ourselves up in this day and age, right? But I think that dating apps are going to go through some highs and lows, but ultimately, I think there will be virtual dating in some form or another. And I like to believe that the technical minds that are working on this are going to get it right at some point or keep improving. So I do believe guys should keep one hand in the online game, but you know, like Mystery said, you have to meet him in person at some point. And I met my fiance online, so I'm engaged as of about 6 months ago, and we met on a dating app. So there's that.
Yeah, I have this distinction. Primary game, secondary game. Primary is in person, physical world game, and secondary game is virtual world, hence secondary. And I say there's a split. There are two there are presences. You can be physically present and you can be virtually present. Some people put too much focus on one and not the other. What I like to say is being very good at both is the best possible thing you can do. Focusing on one and not the other, you're simply missing out on the other form of presence. So if you were only collecting phone numbers, and instead of Instagram, for example, like Mystery was saying, it's one thing that would have changed if Instagram existed when he started out. Then I could build up my Instagram presence instead of collecting phone numbers, which nobody else would see. I could gain followers over the course of 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, long term, that following that virtual presence builds up. But I already talked about this before. Any other perspectives on this?
I say to girls sometimes that, like, for a lot of girls go, I'm a model, whatever, right? But needless to say or not, I will say, it's funny. Do you think if Instagram disappeared, that 99% of models would just disappear? And then their illusion of power for having so many followers does not overcome me. Their power is gone, you know, spell casted away, and then I can move forward on my set. So just, you know, do you think if Instagram disappeared, would 99% of models just disappear? What do you think? And that is like a pebble to the brain.
No,
What's
that's
interesting
funny.
too.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Ice.
It's funny because my last girlfriend, my most recent ex-girlfriend, she was a model. But you know, when you say my girlfriend's a model or in a conversation, whatever the context is, they're just gonna assume she's an Instagram model. But no, she was a real model. She was a L'Oreal model. So it's funny the difference, because everyone's a fucking model these days. But suddenly when you say I'm a model and you're actually a real one, regardless of the existence of Instagram.
Well, if that's the case, then there are a lot of armchair pickup artists. If you have a profile on Tinder, that makes you a pickup artist. A lousy
Indeed.
one, perhaps, but it makes you a pickup artist and it gets you in the door. But really, what you need is a skill set for meeting them. Otherwise, you'll get a whole bunch of first dates. And to me, a first date without a second date is failure if you're meeting a girl online. You
Do you
know?
remember the line back in the day, Mystery? A girl would say she's a model. Really, a hand model? Remember that?
You're like, I'm an ass model. How funny is that?
That's funny.
What's
Outfits have
interesting about meeting women online and just even this Zoom call, for example, is we're not actually with each other. This is a digital rendering of me. This is 30 quick pictures of me, 30 frames per second, right? So it's like meeting someone online. I'm sorry, it's like listening to music online versus going to a concert. There's something that cannot be replicated about being there in person. So I do believe that online dating in the digital world is going to continue to improve, but you can't beat in-person game. It's just not the same. There's this.
I'm the same as you, though. I'm optimistic. I'm a futurist. I like technology, you know, even though I'm analog. I like the way things are cooking. And who knows, maybe the world's get destroyed by AI, but at least we're part of it. At least we get to see it, you know. So I'm optimistic.
Maybe it was already destroyed by AI many times over.
It was a whole plan. Did you guys see the video where it was just some brief video? There was a room full of 3 guys, and one of them bought like a $78,000 robot, and they were just bullying the robot, like trying to push it over and stuff. And then it would just like back up into the corner. I felt so sorry for the little robot thing.
Yeah, but give it a couple of years, and it's going to be out there. It's going to be out there peacocking, opening sets, and sooner or later, them guys that own that robot will go, "How did you do that?" And you go, "Gotcha, bitch."
All the comments were saying this is how we're gonna end up being terminated and stuff. Like every fucking comment was saying that. But speaking of which, I actually got a great question on this. Let me skip the question I was about to ask. This is so fucking rambling. How do you see the pickup artist community in the coming years and decades? We have already started to see red pill, black pill, OnlyFans, podcasting, Instagram, Facebook, Tinder, sex robots, and AI. So what do you think is going to happen next?
That's exhausting just hearing it.
Right? I think it's going to return to old school pickup.
Yeah, I agree.
That's what's going to happen.
Yeah, that's what I said. It's got to go. People are going to want to have those analog skills again because they're craving it and missing it. They want to know they have what it takes. So
everything comes full circle anyway.
Yeah.
Isn't that happening already with, you know, there are those TikToks. I hate TikTok. I don't have it downloaded or anything, but there's this whole kind of TikTok, Instagram, YouTube movement where people are discovering this Riz thing, which is basically, you just circled back to pickup.
Yeah.
Because they've
gone right back to the start where it's just opening really like randomly and there's no congruency or a strategy, you know, there's no structure, there's no material. It's just, hey, how's it going? You're hot. It's gone back to the circle and they're calling it rizzing, which is basically an AFC game. Or Riz, is it rizzing?
Charisma.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but it's not charisma, is it?
Something new.
There you go.
Yeah. The young ones are calling it Riz. So
I've heard
apparently
Riz,
Mystery has Riz.
But there's no Riz, is there? It's just going and saying something to somebody.
It's just teenagers discovering that personality is a thing.
It's funny because this documentary, journalist rang when Mystery and I were in Finland doing a boot camp, and they rang up and they wanted to write an article on us. And I knew that if I didn't speak to them briefly, they'd write whatever they wanted, which they did anyway. But the point is, they said, well, we heard near the station, some guys were asking outside the station for girls' Instagrams. Were they on your boot camp? And I'm like, no, they're just literally guys asking girls for their Instagram. There's no game in that. Yes, there is a bit of game. Obviously, they've got the courage to do it. You know, one of the 5 C's that you need in this game. Confidence, congruency, calibration, conviction, and courage. They have the courage to do it, you know? So is that game? Well, it's their first starting game. But we didn't teach them, and they probably don't even think of it as game. They're just like, I like that girl, I'm going to go and talk to her. And they didn't believe me, which is random as well.
There's going to be a return to studying and implementing structured game and technical game. That was what was big in the mid 2000s, right? Thanks largely to Mystery and other practitioners of using actual technology, right? then we went through this phase of natural game when RSD kind of rose up and were in the limelight for a long time. And now I feel like we're in this red pill era where everyone's just kind of complaining about women. Some of those complaints may be valid, some may be a little skewed, but I think that there's got to be a return to technical game, to studying the roots, the structure, because right now it's just tactics. It's either mindset or it's red pill or it's tactics with no strategic objectives. So I know Beckster is a fan of fusing technical game and natural game, something he calls supernatural game, right? I'm a practitioner of a fusion style of natural and technical game as well. And I think that we've got to come full circle back to something of substance as opposed to just, coming up with a TikTok video while I'm eating my breakfast and just throwing a concept out there.
Here's an interesting thought I thought I'd share. The AIs have read all about social dynamics. They're going to be very good at meeting people. They're conversational robots, and they are being trained off of the data that we have written. Isn't that interesting?
That's funny.
For real,
They'll be better than us at some point, huh?
They're going to be very good at picking up friends.
I love it.
I have worked in technology for a long time, and having worked for a huge technology company for more than 5 years. And I have my own AI product, which is, there's a QR code behind me that leads to it. And it's funny, if you ask all these various, they're not just Instagram models now, there are AI models too. Lame fucking
Are you an AI model?
Are you I have my own AI model.
I'm going to use that.
I'm
a model. Are you an AI model?
That's funny.
I just
like
realized
that.
There is an AI version of me. I've been saying that for nearly 2 years now because it existed that long, but I'm literally an AI model now that I think about it. Anyway, even you can ask
Google it.
Yeah, for sure. You can ask ChatGPT or whatever you use. You can ask them specific things. You can ask even about my message game. It will understand what the term message game means. And so it's definitely going to understand everything Mystery has ever written and stuff like that. Because like my stuff is nowhere as large as Erik's, or how long his stuff has been out there. But if it even understands my stuff pretty well, I would say, before we were training it on this kind of stuff as well. It is fascinating how understanding it can be in various categories of society.
AI knows pickup.
True.
Yeah.
AI also knows kidnapping, but we can take this everywhere.
No, Mystery brings up a good point. Definitely AI infused with real life coaches, hopefully directing the AIs in a responsible manner. The AIs will give better advice than we will someday. How many files can we hold in our head versus an AI? Text files. Suppose they're not going to be able to surpass us as far as the in-person part of this, but who knows? Maybe at some point you can have a robot coach you.
So I need to burn my T-shirt that says "Fuck AI." My girlfriend knows everything. Do I have to burn that T-shirt then?
It's worth having. Any other comments on this?
I think it's important to play all levels of game. So, if you're on a bus ride or taxi ride or you're in the toilet, jump on internet and swipe some things. But apart from that, everyone knows that going out and opening sets is the best and purest way of meeting a woman. The best and purest way of meeting a woman. That's how she wants to be met. That's the story she wants to tell her girlfriends. She doesn't want to say, I swiped him. And then we went on a date and said how nice things are and talked about the weather. It was lovely. No, she wants a whirlwind roller coaster in her life.
She wants to be peed on. Anyway, enough of that. I'll stop fucking bringing that up. Moving on. God, I'm just going
I wonder if you're going to cut that segment.
We're going to get canceled, Ice.
We have survived this long. We survived this long. I think we're going to be okay. let's see. Next question. Is day game inefficient or overrated?
I think it's a tool that you can use if you're in the right city. Of course, if you're in the right city, then, you know, places with parts like London, Amsterdam, places like that, Europe, there's people do go out in the streets. It's very easy to talk in the streets. They also speak outside the pubs in the streets. If you go to Lisbon in Portugal, the culture is the streets. They go into the bar, they come back out, there's no air condition, and they're partying on the streets. So yes, there is a culture for that. Gutter game, we call it. Right, I used to do it when I used to get the girls into my clubs for a night. You'd have to like pick up the girls on the streets and bring them in. So there is a culture for it. But I think that the true essence is being in a nightclub, lording the nightclub, owning the nightclub, using sets to merge sets, you know, bouncing off sets. There's so much more skill set used in a nightclub, especially with group theory. Day game's normally the one set. I mean, when I did day game, I was opening huge groups. No one does that anymore. I've watched all the videos. They're opening one sets in the day. Why? That's very stalkerish. I don't like that. You know, I want to open the group and entertain the group and have the group win the group over. And then obviously the girl I want is attracted to me, if not the whole group, you know. Whereas I'm waiting for that girl to turn the quiet corner where I'm going to run up to her and go, "Oh, you look really beautiful. I saw you from over there. Are you a nurse?" Like, what's that? That doesn't make any sense to me. So that was a model going on for a while. That was people trying to sell a basic game, is the way I call it. So no, obviously the nightclubs where they won, the bars, the cocktail clubs, the rooftop patios, that's where the game is actually won, and everything else is a bonus round. Doesn't mean you can't find a woman of your dreams in a day. You definitely can. But don't be the stalker that's chasing her around 5 different streets and jumping up and tapping her on the shoulder, or running and jumping in front of her and going, "Stop, stop, stop," like a salesman or a change collector or a charity worker. Don't do that. No one wants that.
So
there are ways of doing it.
Day game can be done. It is valid, but you should apply a skill set to day game. I don't think that beginning when you're first starting out in pickup, I don't think that beginning with doing single sets is really going to assist you later down the road. I think you should start with the 3 set. Most women are in groups, so you may as well, especially if they're beautiful, so you may as well get accustomed to opening groups immediately. The single sets are bonus rounds.
Yeah, I'm not a day game guy at all. I mean, like, I like the electricity and the neon of the light of the evening. To me,
would you like a bit of gutter game though, Zan?
Well,
when you're out at night, when the bar's moving between each other.
I
know you like that.
I'm a night owl, man. I'm an alley cat. I prowl. I like to prowl at night, you know, and then come crawling in and purr, and then in the morning. I've done that all my life. The day for me is like, no, it's not my style. I like the potentiality and electric.
Is that because we turn to dust in the day?
Exactly. My vampire roots, man.
There are a lot more variables to use at night for sure. The social energy of the groups, warming up the whole venue as opposed to just going in direct. There's just there's more tools at our disposal in a social circle, at a party, in a night game venue, whether it's cold approach or social circle. It's more powerful. That being said, I do believe that whatever works for a guy. You know, what I'm kind of against, though, is the spam approach thing. You're going to go to a mall and approach 15 to 20 women in the same mall, like rapid fire. You know, that's where
mall's horrible.
That's where we can get dicey with this. You know, if you're going to do day game, make them authentic approaches. I say err on the side of fewer approaches. You don't want to go to a mall and approach 20 women in a matter of an hour in all the same stores.
Yeah, it's like, for me, it's like the day you walking in the park and you meet a girl and you say, hey, what's your name, et cetera, et cetera. And now you insta-date. They have this phrase called insta-date. And what do? Feed the ducks and buy popcorn? To me, that's brotherly love. That's comfort, that's kind. I want the electricity of the potentiality. I want her to dress up and put her makeup on and go with a girlfriend and wear this, you can meet this guy tonight. I want my first date, my first experience to be with the electricity of the night. That's me. Because the daytime feels like it's kind of lots of comfort and lots of caring and brotherly love. That's me.
What about the idea of the power hour, Beckster?
Well, yeah, the power hour is at the end of the night, or it doesn't have to be the end of the night, but you put all your efforts into that 1 hour. Imagine you want to go home. Yeah, you want to go home early, and you're just going out and you're saying, I'm going to do power hour. I'm going to open as many sets as I can. Hopefully they stick, and then you're going to move forward. But if you're going, I've got like 5, 6, 7 hours, some people are out for ages, you're going to prolong them hours, and you're not going to get yourself into the abundance mentality. I always believe in getting in mode and not mood. So the mood is, I'm waiting for the mood to be right, or I'm not in the mood yet, or I have a couple of drinks to get in the mood. No, if you know your structure, you're in the mode, you know your openers, you know your routines, you know your patterns, whatever you're going to say, your stories, have them, what you want to practice, what you know is tried and true, and you go out there and you just say them multiple times until it hits, and maybe it's the first set that hits. And then you know what? That set can put you in the mood. One good set can change your life. So that one good set will put you in the mood. And then all of a sudden, everything's hitting better, and that abundance mentality kicks in. And then you're doing that day after day, week after week, month after month, year after year. Can you imagine how much power and reference points and reference legs you have now to go out where you are the HB11 in your mindset, and it's just way easier to open. So that power hour is important to know that I'm just going to open, and then from that next set, I'm going to go to the other one and say that. It's just practice for the time when you really need it. And that practice gives you a skill set that is probably the best skill set in the world that you can possibly have, because it's going to help you in your social artist life, your pickup life, your work life, and your family life, and just relations in general, of getting what you want when you're talking to people and being that person that has courage, congruency, calibration, conviction, and courage. So I think it's very important to have that power hour, because most people go, I can't be bothered to go out tonight. Well, go out for an hour. It's only an hour, right? That's an episode of Breaking Bad. Go out for an hour, open a couple of sets, and I bet you're not home in an hour. I bet you're out having fun. So power hour is important. Hi, Ross. Good to see you.
God Emperor Russ Jeffries is here. He came in. What's going on?
Oh, I lost my fur child of 16 years yesterday, so I'm
very sorry to hear that.
I'm very sorry to hear that as well, Ross.
I know, I'm just kind of stunned and trying to cope with it, but I thought I'd jump on for a minute and just...
Well, come hang with us for a bit.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm doing. I'm outside in the sun. What
was your cat's name?
Good to see you, buddy.
My cat's name was Purr, like vanilla with a purr in front of it, Pernilla. And she died of a heart. Vanilla. Yeah, she had a heart attack yesterday at the vet. So
I'm so sorry to hear that. We'll dedicate this podcast to her.
Well, thank you. They sent me a bouquet of flowers. They were very sweet. My only contribution is, after doing this for a couple of things. First of all, my clients are now, they're now in their late 40s to their mid 60s. So their whole life is a completely different thing. And I know you guys have had success with men that age. But what I'm doing now these days, and listen to the distinction, I don't go to yoga classes because I don't bend into pretzels, but more importantly, the women all leave afterwards. But I've been going to yoga events, not yoga classes. I'm going to one coming up called Yoga and Paint, where they do a little yoga and then everyone gets together and they give you some watercolors and you all paint together. I met a really lovely girl last month who I just started seeing at a yoga mindfulness meetup. And so I'm advising my clients to go to things like that. If you're in your 50s and 60s, kind of cruising anymore loses its patina, its shine. But I just want to pop in and say hey to everyone, and to say anyone who's helping men move forward in their mission to find love and to find women is an ally of mine. Beckster, it's been so long since I've seen you in England. How long has it been, sir?
6 years, maybe. And I think I talked at your first event 20 years ago.
Yeah, it was.
Like
Well,
that.
I've been doing them longer than that.
I mean,
So
the first event I spoke to first. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, with Kezia, I think.
A long time ago, yeah. London,
Yeah.
Hammersmith.
Well, it's good to see everybody, and I'm just going to sign off now. I just want to let everyone know I'm down, but I'm not out. I'm part Ukrainian, and if you're going to come after a Ukrainian, you better make sure that after you slit our throats, you take out all our organs, you burn them to a crisp, and chop off whatever is left and feed it to the rats, because we'll come back from the dead, reassemble like Deadpool, and kill your whole village.
Well,
Ross,
I tell you
it's
what,
good to see you, buddy.
I know that Mystery and Erik, we loved Ukraine when we were there. We loved Ukraine. Yeah. It's such a shame. It was one of our best places in the world.
My fiance is Ukrainian. My fiance.
There you go. So there you go.
I'm talking about the toughness of the people. All right, loved you all.
Indeed.
Here.
Take care, man.
See you later, Ross. Take care.
Bye.
Bye.
All the best to Ross.
Mr. Ross Jeffries in the house.
Nice of him to drop in despite the circumstances. Strong guy though. Like we did our second most recent panel back in December. We had an inner game special. So that's very fascinating for any guys who are needing some inner game advice. Check out that episode. But back to the day game stuff. I suppose it might be fair to jump on to another question, but this is very similar anyway. A lot of guys do premeditated day game. They go to Washington Square Park in New York or Young Dundas Square in Toronto. They go to Oxford Street in London or Alexanderplatz in Berlin. Should day gamers do a different kind of day game instead, where they simply socialize opportunistically when going to a mall, getting groceries from the store, or going on a subway on the way to wherever you're going? What kinds of environments should guys be aiming for when doing day game?
Well, social parks where people are there's events going on in parks. There might be singers in the parks. There might be actual events going on. I don't like the idea of malls. I've tried it. I've tried every type of game, and malls just seem seedy, and it's more teenager game. The mall rat game. So I don't really recommend it. I think the only time that I really enjoyed a game in a mall is I would go to a place, a high value place in London where everything was super expensive, Harrods it's called. And I'd go to the female jewelry section and I'd wait there and I'd look at the jewelry and so on. And then every 10 seconds to a minute, a new girl would come up, and quite a lot of them would be hot because it's a very high value place. And I'd lean over the shoulder and I'd say, I was chatting to Colin Farrell last night. We're in a club, and I said to him, where'd you get that jewelry? And he says, well, I don't like female jewelry. I don't like women's jewelry. I don't like men's jewelry. It's in H&M and all, and Zara and so on. And it's all very generic. I like female jewelry because it's different. Women talk about it. Women notice it. It's more bespoke. And so that's why I wear all this bizarre jewelry that looks more elaborate. And I was like, oh, we call it peacocking, Have you heard of the theory? So anyway, what jewelry do you think I should wear out of this female jewelry that doesn't make me look, too silly? And then women would invest in that. And sometimes another woman would come in the other side or near her, and I'd introduce them into the conversation. I'd say, we're just having a discussion what jewelry would make me look good, even though it's women's jewelry. So I'd bring it in like that. That way women are coming to me. I don't like the idea of going to women on the street and so on, or following around a mall. And you can get chucked out for that. I think the biggest case I've ever heard of people getting stopped and chucked out or told off, or some problem going on with pickup, is because it's in a shop. It's in a mall. The second is in the street. It doesn't happen in a nightclub. It doesn't happen in a bar. So you're taking away that seediness and neediness, I think, if they come to you. So I think the best bet is go to a high value store if you're going to do that. Stand near the jewelry section or the female shoe section, ice white. And I have done that. I have done that, honestly.
Yeah, those shoes are nasty. What you were saying about like H&M men's jewelry, that's very
no, not
basic.
in H&M though.
I say the same about women's shoes. It's just like generic, very boring.
You have to go to where women that you'd be interested in will be shopping. Why would you go to H&M? There's no women that you're interested in H&M, or Zara. They're not there. You need to go to the high value stores.
There's a distinction between working a venue, like a day game venue, for the purpose of the experience, having a social experience to desensitize yourself to interactions. But to actually pick up in these scenarios, like Leicester Square in London, these women are clutching their purses tight. They've been hit on 15, 20 times already by the time you get to them, right? So yeah, do your experiments in your day, but then you have to dress up and get to the party. You still have to get to the party. You can't forego going to the party at night because you did some day game earlier. That just warms you up for the night game.
Yeah, you can maximize your night game by getting social in the day, but don't do it all through the day. You'll be so tired that when you go out at night, you're not going to have that energy, right? And if you're doing a set correctly, it might take the energy out of you. You'll be pumped by the adrenaline, but afterwards there might be a crash, right? But that means you did it well, so don't worry. The next set can lift you up. But if you're doing twilight game, which mean as the sun's slightly going down and you're meeting girls that are coming after work in the bars, or people that are some people are early going out, that's going to get you in a talkative state. That's going to get you used to being the social artist before you can go out there and be the pickup artist. And I think that's very important. Instead of walking into that big loud club all of a sudden, it can be daunting. So that slow lead up can help if you're a beginner or even intermediate sometimes. So twilight game.
If you're going to do day game, we should definitely be getting more creative with it. We're running the same direct day game opener that we've been running for 2 decades. Oh my gosh, I had to come over here and meet you. I thought you were beautiful, right? That's so played out.
Oh, it's
Everybody's
terrible.
doing it. Do your direct day game approaches a dozen times and you've got it down. Get more creative. We were on boot camp in San Diego 3 weeks ago now. And one of the students was having some approach anxiety. We passed a woman reading a Harry Potter book. And I said, did you read Harry Potter? He's like, I read every single Harry Potter book. I'm a huge Harry Potter fan. I was like, go talk to her about Harry Potter, man. Don't put so much pressure on yourself to approach direct. Why do we have to go direct just because it's daytime? Can't we strike up a conversation and see where it goes? So I think for sure, if you're going to do day game, learn different styles of day game. The direct day game thing it's useful sometimes, right? If she's running down the street and you have to stop her, why are you stopping her in the middle of the street with an opinion opener? It's like, cut to the chase, show a little bit of interest, but then transition to indirect. So there's a lot of different ways to do this. And I feel like day game is typically a 1-note song. We can be much more creative with it.
I think day game's more like statement or accusation. So, for example, when I was first doing boot camps 25 years ago, I would go to where Mystery's saying Leicester Square, but near it, it's a place called Covent Garden, where there'd be lots of street acts going on in a big square, and there's loads of bars all the way around. I don't know if you remember it, Mystery. You definitely probably know it, Ice. And maybe Zan, you've probably even been there before when you were visiting us in London, in Camden and Covent Garden. But there'd be these acts on, and people would be sitting around, and some people would be sitting on these steps that were everywhere. And I remember back in the day, before mobile phones were so rife, women would be reading books, but they're obviously reading mobiles as well. And I'd sit next to them and I'd say, there's two different games I'd play. One is I'd be like, oh, and I'd stare at their book and I'd go, oh, until they looked at me. And then I'd say, oh, sorry about that. I wish I could read. My mum used to read to me when I was young and I really loved it. Could you read me a page? Right. And it's just that playful stupidness that they'd fall into the frame because they know you're 90% probably taking the mick, taking the piss, but they'd play into it. And then they'd start reading. I'd be like, oh, this is lovely. Maybe put my feet up a bit. And another page. And another page. You know, my favorite book was Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. Do you know what I'd say to my mum when she read it all? There you go, what? I'd say, do it again. Do it again. And then the second one would be, and they'd laugh. It's good that you laugh, means you've got a sense of humour to go over your looks. What else you got going for you? But anyway, the next bit would be, there's a mystery intro there. And the next bit would be, there was always an act playing. In every major city, there's got to be someone doing some street acts, right? Juggling, fire breathing, mime, looking like a statue. And I remember this was the best student mime breakthrough I ever had. And this guy was about 55 years old, had a strong Northern Irish accent, very hard to hear, and like some blemishes on his face, some warts, big guy, not wearing great clothes. And I'm thinking, this guy is gonna be work. It's gonna be work, right? But that's what we do. And so I told him exactly what to say. Go up and say to this girl, just stand next to her, over his shoulder slightly, say, oh, I hate it when my dad does this, right? And point at the act. Or I hate it when my mum does this, if it's a woman, right? But it was at the time, it was a guy. And he was being a mime, copying people walking and being stupid. And I was like, oh, I hate it when my dad does this. And she goes, that? And I said, like, she'll say, is that your dad? And you go, no, I'm just joking, testing if you've got a sense of humour to go over looks. And I follow through of all these things you should say for the next couple of minutes. And then say, look, it's thirsty work talking to you. Let's get a quick coffee. I can spare 5 or 10 minutes. So then you're putting her under an instant coffee date time constriction. So it's an instant date, which you need in a day. Otherwise, she's going to fly off. And you're doing an instant, and you're doing a time constraint that you don't have long. And she doesn't feel that she has to hang out with you for an hour having coffee. So she's going to feel more free to grab a quick coffee. Then you have more time to obviously tell your stories and convey your personality. So with that, I remember him passing by me, and I had another student here next to me, a young guy. And the student turned to me and went, I would. And she was like 30 years younger looking, or 25, taller than him, gorgeous. I think she was South American. And like boots on, short skirt, like beautiful. And my student went, I would. And I went, I would too. Like, she was gorgeous. And he walked by me and sort of just gave me a little wink like that. And I remember there was a 3-day course. 3 days go by. And then on the Sunday, we used to teach a little bit of sexual techniques for those guys that were just really scared of pulling the trigger because they didn't know what to do. So they're keeping themselves in their comfort zone because they don't know what to do when they get the girl. So they didn't know how to be free. So we gave that point of view and what you should do. With great power comes great responsibility. And what happened is he came on the Sunday for the sexual techniques. And I was like, what are you doing here? He goes, I've come for the sexual techniques. We've been in my hotel for 3 days. It's been amazing. And I'm like, okay, great. Keep me in the loop. What's going on? 2 years later, he messages me, we're engaged. I want you to come to the wedding. And I heard later, I never went to the wedding, but I have been to scenarios before like that, engagement parties and so on. And it turns out that they have kids now and everything. Now, she's like 25 years younger, taller than him, more beautiful, probably couldn't understand him that well. But he went and did it without a care. He was the first one to open. I was like, right, who's up for doing the first opener of the boot camp? He was straight in, first girl he saw. It even blew my mind what is possible. So yeah, day game can work for you because he got the girl of his dreams and many people's dreams for his first set. So that's what I'm saying. One good set can change your life. So I can't boo-hoo day game. I can't boo-hoo it, but I can say, as Ablaze said, do it correctly. Don't just jump in front of them and say, oh, I saw you over there. You look beautiful. Right? That doesn't work. That's old hat. Be creative. Necessity is the mother of all invention and father is the creator. So just go out there and try and be a bit spontaneous with it, but know your cheat sheet. And then when you get to the nightclub, then you hit your script, you know, and then you can be more supernatural as you get used to the responses. You get used to people, how they act and how they are around you. And then you can put in the more supernatural stuff. So yeah, my long-winded answer is day game can work for you, but you need to be creative and not be watching the Riz stuff on there because that doesn't work.
And
I want
the
to jump
3
on
minutes to phone number. That is what teenagers do. You know, within 3 minutes of meeting a girl, they'll already try to get her contact information. Why not hold back and wait for her to close you? Just run the set for a longer period of time, conveying more personality. You know, of course, you're non-threatening and you're in a playful mood on the open, and they can see that by your delivery. But go longer than 3 minutes. Why not get to know her? That's a part of pickup.
That's actually something that you're a master at, Mystery. And I'm in set with you the most, right? And he's in set, and he's not. It's been an hour, and he's not asked for the number. It's been 2 hours. He's not asked for a number. I'm like, when's he gonna ask? And then finally, she asks for the contact detail, and I'm like, you held your cool so long, and there was no way of telling. And I was like, he must have forgot. He must have forgot because ABC always be closing, right? But it's like he's forgot. And no, the power of her closing you is so amazing. It's so powerful and so memorable for her because she's not used to it. So she's hinting like, oh, maybe we should swap contact details. And Mystery's like, even better than that. And then goes into a big story about something else, qualifies her, maybe throws a neg in, does some illusion. And then she's like, well, you still didn't get my Instagram. And it's like, yeah, but another thing before we go there, enough about me. What do you think about me? You know, and then she's just like, shit, this guy's never gonna give me your number.
This reminds me too of the importance of not asking questions that are too personal right off the bat. She doesn't want to tell you where she lives. She just met you 2 seconds ago when you said she was pretty. Don't ask where she lives. Don't ask what her name is. Don't ask where she goes to school.
Those are all qualifiers.
Those are for deeper into the set.
So is there anything you can say in terms of the closing thing is funny because when me and Mystery did the 4.5 hour interview, which was crazy, I remember Mystery saying, so many guys overlook or forget about the advantage, kind of paraphrasing here, of having a woman chase you. So how do you kind of make room for that or give her the opportunity to chase?
Well, she can't chase you unless you do a takeaway. If you stay in set and pay attention to her the whole time, she has no opportunity to chase you. You have to say, let's agree to disagree, Neil Strauss style, return to friends. And in that void, she can then come and chase you. You have to be able to take yourself away to be chased. And so that's what I do in my sets is I play the high valued male, I play the prize, and I give her the gift of the chase several times throughout my courtship timeline. That's how I do it. You know, I may not kiss the girl in C1 in the first comfort stage, I may not kiss her in C1. I may wait till C2 to kiss her. I may not kiss her in C2. I may wait till C3 to kiss her. It's not up to me to decide when I'm going to kiss her. It's up to her to decide when she wants to be kissed. So if it doesn't happen in pickup, maybe I'll do it on my day 2 in mid game. And if it doesn't happen in mid game, well, maybe it'll happen in end game as I escalate to seduction. It's up to her, not me.
Beckster, what you were saying about pretending not to be able to read, that was hilarious to me because one of the funniest things I ever seen is in the movie 50 First Dates, Adam Sandler is doing that. He pretends he can't read the menu. It's just the funniest thing I ever fucking seen when that movie first came out. It was just so, is that where you got it from?
No, I was doing that like 20, it was my first boot camps back in the day when it was School of Seduction. It was before I was director of PUA training. So it was like 25 years ago, something like that. And that was stuff I got into teaching because a company, I wasn't doing it for myself. I was just on a forum. I was going out. People would come and watch me. I was gaming with loads of wingmen. And then I went to a free talk someone was doing. And then people were gathering around me and they were like, this guy goes, oh, do you want to be our head coach for School of Seduction? And it was literally the first school in England teaching pickup. And that was one of my tactics because we'd have to do day game and night game. So we'd be doing both, you know, day, lecture, night. And that's how, and so, yeah, I mean, I started out with day game because the first thing I ever heard was Ross Jeffries stuff. And that's day game within reason. So that's how I had to start. There was no other way. But I am a night creature. I'm a night owl. I live in the night. I thrive in the night. I thrive in busy environments. I thrive throwing people together and commanding big groups and, you know, running events and so on. That's where I live because of my high energy. That's where I have to be, you know. So going out in the day was just another part of me, like was my beginning of it before I had to go, right, I need night game in my life. I didn't know it was called night game, by the way, but I need night game in my life. But I know that Mystery defined day and night game, direct and indirect. So day, night, direct, indirect. Right? That's correct, isn't it? You defined it.
Theory versus group
approach
theory as well. Just 3 dimensions here.
Yeah, so no, I didn't get it from that, and I have seen the film, and I don't remember it in the film, but that makes me want to watch the film again. It's that I know the main character. I can half picture him.
No, it's so funny.
Dark hair guy. Yeah, yeah. No, I watch it because I'll use that, and that's the thing. Like Mystery knows, and we do it a lot. But if I hear something, my next set, if I like it, my next set, I'm going to say that. I'm going to field test it immediately. Field test it, and then I'm going to tweak it and bend it and shape it to how I want. And because I'm going to get the auto responders that they're going to say from that, and I'm going to build on that. And what's my response to that? And then it's locked in, you know, as one of my cheat sheets in my head.
If you do a dozen sets, if you do a dozen sets in a night, you've got a learning curve. So that's how we do it. We come up with new material. We're talking to some girls. They say something unique, and we'll just capture that moment. And when we open the next set, we throw that new material in to field test it, just to see if it works. You can use the same gambit or comedic game piece all night long until by the end of the night, you've got your delivery down. It's really honed and polished. So what we want to do is collect gambits or game pieces and hone them to a you know, sharpen them, polish them. We want to do that for each of our gambits so we don't have ums, ahs, or awkward pauses that disrupt the flow of our interaction.
Yeah, so for example, when people go, oh, I do natural game, or I'm a natural, or I don't need help with pickup, that's stupid to me. There is natural game, but natural game is a way of being. You know, the 5 C's that I mentioned earlier, that's a way of being, right? I am the HB11. I do have confidence, congruency, calibration, conviction, and courage. That's a way that I've seen of these top club promoters and people of celebrities and so on that I've been mingling with for many years. And that's a way of being. Natural isn't going, I'm going to say something different every set I go in. Because even though you go, yeah, first though, and I say, so what is it you do say if you say something spontaneous? And you can do that, right? Topical or so on, or situational. But they go, well, the first thing I go, hi. Or, hi, my name is Ken, right? Well, that's a routine. It's a shit one, but that's a routine. Hi. That's the most used opener I've ever heard in my life. Hi. So they are using openers. So I don't believe when someone goes, well, I'm trying to be, yeah, every set you're going to say something different every set and hope that works when you could use tried and tested stuff that actually works, that you know works on the girl that you actually fancy. And not just try and make something up on the spot, which you can do, but it's better be fucking good and you better follow up with something that's interesting. And if you got to do that 12 times a night, then good luck to you. You must be Russell Brand or Jimmy Carr because it's not going to happen, brother.
If it's funny once, it'll be funny again. You know, if you say a joke a second time with another group and you don't get the laugh, it's your fault. Your delivery was at fault. It wasn't the material. It's good material. It made someone laugh in the past. Use it again until it incorporates into your repertoire of material that you use in all sets to get them laughing.
So would you say, Mystery, that...
Hang on, Beckster. That's a good quote.
Go for it.
Attributed to you. If it was funny once, it's funny again. It could be funny. It would be funny again.
No, there's so much truth in that.
I'm going to remember that. That's a good quote.
I used to do a bit of stand-up comedy, and I learned my landlord, we were part of a game house. Game house is like Project Hollywood, basically. But when I was living in the game house, the landlord who owned the house and was a gamer himself, he was a stand-up comedian. And he got me into stand-up comedy a little bit. I dabbled in it. I did stop doing it relatively quickly, but I did very well in my first one, and I fucked up my second one because I was so unprepared. My material for the good one was great, but the point is, when comedians do all these tours, they like to do their micro tours first, and they have this material that they're testing, and every city they're going to, they're testing this material all over and over again. And they make adjustments as the tour goes on. And then when they have their more global or national tour, they'll still do these national tours at a micro level to test their material. So Ricky Gervais does this. I went to one of his tester things where he's trying to figure out what the punchline, he knows what the punchline is. He's just figuring out how to get there. These comedians just test their material all over and over again. So that's literally how it works. I got to learn. It's just crazy to me once I learned that.
And people should see that way. Go on, Eric.
The pickup arts is a performing art. So just like a comedian, just like a magician, you got to get up on stage, perform something, and then when you get off stage, people will treat you differently if they've seen your act and it was good. So as a pickup artist, know that you're a performing artist and you need some material to perform if you're going to fill the timeline effectively.
Wasn't the opener word derived from the opening of a comedian opening the act?
That's right. The opener is the first joke you use in comedy. That's where the word opener came from.
And they had a cheat sheet, right? On the stool when they get a drink.
Your repertoire of material, and you just tape it to the bar stool with your drink. And every once in a while, you can go back, take a drink, look at your list, and cue up the next story that you're going to run, the next comedic bit.
And so with your phone, you'll be like, oh, I've just got a text. Oh, yeah. Now you've got the next three openers to talk about. Oh, it's my mum.
Well, there's also heckling, which is kind of like shit testing, I guess you could say. If a comedian gets heckled, they could come up with a comeback to throw back at them. You mentioned Jimmy Carr. I think that's the name of the guy. He seems to be
Yeah.
pretty good at that to a crazy level. If you want
Oh,
my
he's amazing.
comeback,
Yeah.
you can wipe it off your mom's teeth.
Yeah.
That kind of thing. He has the craziest ones. It's pretty funny watching all these. There are some great ones based in New York and others. It's just fucking, it's so creative. That's why I recommend. There was someone asking this in the chat. I recommend just trying stand-up comedy because that really helped my game. I was funny only to my family when I was younger, and then stand-up comedy helped me become funny to everyone else. Because to everyone else before that, I was just goofy, not funny, had lame jokes and shit like that, or I just wouldn't even attempt it in the first place. So that's my recommendation.
I'm interested to hear Zan's take on the question of how to get a woman to pursue you and creating space for her to come to you. I'd like to say something on it as well, but I would like to hear Zan's take.
Yeah, I mean that I'm very simple in that I express. So if you ask for a woman's Instagram or her phone number, they will and guys know this. We'll just pull out your phone and and the woman will give it reluctantly because they don't really want you to contact them the next day when you send them a text. Hey, it was me. I was wearing the pink shirt and blah blah blah. They're not interested in that. They'll get followers. They'll accept you. So my whole thing is if she basically what Mystery said, if she gives you the contact information, she will never quote unquote flake. She will never flake. So in other words, my expression is just like, hey, it was nice talking to you. I would like to see you again. Statement. I would like to see you again. Zip. If she's interested, she's going to say, okay, do you have a phone number? Can I give you my Instagram? If she offers you contact information, not because you asked for it, my take is if she offers you contact information, she will answer you and she will never flake because she offered it to you. Same things what Mystery, what you said is just like, or what you Beck just said about Mystery. Just keep sitting in the energy. And if she offers you the contact information, I never ask for it ever. I never say, hey, do you have a phone number? Can I call you? Are you free Thursday? I never ask that. I just say, hey, I like talking to you and I would like to talk to you some more. That's all I know. I'm excited. Are you excited? Because I'm excited. Let's go. And then you shut up. If you can zip and sit in tension, then she's either going to say 80%, it's the 80-20 rule. 80% of women can say, well, I'm married, I have a boyfriend, I'm engaged, I can't, not interested. I'm leaving on the plane tomorrow. But 20% will say, okay, do you have Instagram? And if they do that, you're 100%, you can text her, she's going to answer. I don't want to like bleed myself out trying to like, okay, what should I say next? And I texted her, she didn't answer. Or she said, it was nice to meet you too. And I wait another day and I send her another text and it just dribbles out into nothing and energy drain. So I'm always setting it up in a way. I don't ask for any contact information. I say, I would like to see you again. That's all I know. And let her contribute. If she steps into it, she's excited or she's at least contributing. That's why I see it.
There's definitely poker, isn't there? And no pun intended.
Yeah, I don't ask.
Who's going to show their hand first, right?
But I invite it. I don't just say, okay, well, it was nice to meet you. I say, listen, there's something about you. I got to go back to my friends, Mystery and Ablaze over there, but I like you and I would like to see you again. Zip. If you can sit in that tension, it's incredible because you just said something strong, and that's my take on it. And 80% will say, well, it's nice. I'm married. Thank you, but I can't. And 20% will say, okay, that's your friends over there. Okay, well, do you have Instagram? And then she will never quote unquote flake. I do not want to just chase around numbers, Instagram, etc. So that's my take on it. I say something strong, I invite, and then I want her to contribute by saying, okay, here's my contact information. Then I'm good.
If you offer and she bites, she's more likely to bite again, essentially. That's interesting to think about. Yeah, you put it in a very nice way. All right.
Yeah, I want her to step forward because I'm excited. I'm pretty excited about life. You guys hang out with me. You guys saw me in Bucharest. I'm pretty excited. I'm happy. I'm like happy when this girl's around. I'm like a little boy. I love it. Let's go.
Female energy.
Potentiality. Yeah, female energy. And so I
Yeah, I don't
express that.
understand that negative stuff these
I
days.
express it, and you know, but I want her to have that same expressive energy too. That's why the whole thing of like last minute resistance, get a girl into bed and convince her, give her a drink, and I want her to be excited because I'm excited. Let's go. Look at you. Let's go. I want her to have the same. So I'm always looking for that same expressive return of, yeah, I see you and I believe the same thing as you. Let's go. And if I don't have that, I don't want to convince anybody. That's what I don't want to do is convince. Not interested.
Zan, would you do instant dates? What's the step after that? If she's like well into it, instead of just getting a number and going away.
Never. I've never.
What's the next thing that you
Well, you know,
like
like for me, day game is this. You know, back in the day, I don't remember if you guys remember Paul Janka in New York City. Remember him, Mystery?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
He had, because New York City is like, let's go. The women are on a mission. Don't waste my time. So he invented this. He carved out his own niche of the way he did it. Where he'd go up to him and say, "Listen, time constraint, right? I can't talk long, but I want to say hi to you. I would like to see you again. How do I find you? Statement. Done." And she's like, "Okay, here's my number. Blah blah blah." And he did that because of the nature of Manhattan. But that to me, that's day game. I do not want to like insta-date and go for popcorn and feed the ducks and, you know, buy a balloon and let it go together. For me, that's this brotherly love. I want her to meet her in the day, say, "Listen, I'd like to see you, contact information. I gotta go." And then you invite her out for the evening. Now she's going to go with the girlfriend and say, "Okay, this guy invited me out. I didn't know what to wear. Help." And she's helping her with the makeup and she's sequins and she's trying to, and there's electricity into that. And then when you do see her on my first date has to be evening because she comes and here she is and she wore a little short skirt for you. And there's now an intimate sexual connotation to it, which you would not find if you were like, you know, insta-dating for an hour, having a coffee in the afternoon. And you said it earlier, you might meet you might marry the girl that you meet and feed the ducks with or go for coffee with. You might marry her. You might find the girl of your dreams. It's not my style, man. I like neon. I like the boom 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 energy. I like it. And here she comes and she's all excited and she decided what she's going to wear with her girlfriend. And you know, and came to see you in a certain way. I like the feeling of that. That's me.
See, this is the difference, I think, between the people on this panel and obviously other people, but not the majority of the recent pickup artists. And I call recent pickup artists the people that have joined in the last 15 years. That we actually love women. We love the interaction. We love the game. We love the social nurse. We don't have to get anything out of it. You know, willingness to walk away, freedom from outcome. But people in the modern era are like, what can I get out of her? She's a bitch. I hate women. And you're doing it wrong. It's inverted.
And I should say this. There's the majority of guys, I think, especially older guys, they do not want to go into the evening. They want to have like a day expression. They want to go meet a woman in the day. And so I don't want to be unfair to them because they don't want to go to a club with music and boom, boom, boom and drinks and stuff like that. That's my style. I'm this creature of the night. I like it, you know, like I'm an alley cat where some other guys may not be, and they may not understand what I'm trying to say. And I'm not trying to advocate that you should go out on the night only, not at all. I don't know how to do.
Yeah, you can play all levels.
I need boot camps from you guys, man. I need some lessons, man. I don't know how to do it. What am I supposed to say?
I think that night game translates to day game. You get loads of more experiential moments in night game, and all that experience you can take to day game.
Well, you said it, Mystery. You ping off. You ping pong. You know, you're bouncing. You're moving. There's a vibrational movement here, then in and out there, and you know where if you meet some girl in the park and she's walking her dog, you have to kind of be static and kind of like interact and you have to have rapport. And for me, I don't want rapport with girls unless it's my girl. This is, you know.
What's your dog opener? Would you say I was the leading lassie or something? What's your
the dog opener?
I was a
That's
leader
me.
lassie.
So guys should never ever listen to me because most guys I think prefer the idea of meeting women in the day, like at a park or for sure, or on the
I
mall or
have
the
to be,
boulevard.
if I'm gaming in a day, I have to be a bit ridiculous. That's how I see it. For example, on boot camp, I bring a dog collar with a handle, which is in metal. So it looks like there's an invisible dog. And then I go near, whoa, near women, and away from the mean lady. Oh, don't worry about the mean lady. And it just gets a laugh. It's just your women coming up and stroking your invisible dog. Oh, he likes it when you do that, but don't touch his willy. You know, like things like, you know, it's just brilliant. It works so well. And it really gets people out of their comfort zone to give them that, because it is quite daunting walking down the street with an invisible dog collar, right? So that's the sort of vibe I want to do. I want to be just a bit more different in the day, because I find the day, to be honest, quite boring, you know?
So I won't just want to say Zan is right. We did a poll on this, which types of game people do the most. 60%, most popular one, day game, 42% night game, 18% social circle game, 19% message game. Although I would say message game is kind of
I think that's a
undervoted here.
lie. I think they're lying about that.
Yeah.
The message game is going to be way higher.
No, because it is, because in society, more than 50% of relationships now are coming from message game, from online dating in general. So social media or dating apps or anything else that is online. More than 50%, according to the recent set of Stanford studies by Michael J. Rosenfeld. How couples?
You know, some people need
Saturated.
some people need a conduit to get into night game, because it is daunting going into a nightclub. There's beautiful women everywhere that the promoters have brought for you, right? So it is super daunting, and you're like, shit. You realize your clothes are crap compared to people. Your fashion needs sorting out. So it's daunting, that first step in. How do I get in the club? I know Mystery's got a story about that as well, how he didn't know that a membership club you could get into. But it is daunting. And for me, it's not, because I lived in that environment. But I did start out in day game, and I didn't know that you could get into a members club. So I started hanging around with lots of hot girls because I was approaching all the time. And then the clubs would invite me in and then say, look, if you keep coming every week, we'll pay you. We'll give you a table. We'll give you drinks. Eventually, it came to my own night, and I was doing clubs everywhere. But how do you initially get into that? Well, you initially have to go to the bars and even the streets or the parks and start talking to these girls to get some social circle friends, to get some girls, to get some wingmen that you feel comfortable enough to go into that club. Or you can stop being a pussy and you can just go in the club and do your 10 sets with the openers that you've been given by somebody or read online or watched on a podcast, and just get in mode and say them and say them and say them until your delivery gets down and they're coded in your head, and you can just do it. So there's two ways of doing it. You have to build your social circle before you get in the club, or you're just going to have to stop being a pussy and get in mode and just say the openers, because eventually it will work. And sometimes it works, as I said before, on your first opener. So you don't know. You just got to go and do it. So it's hard to do that.
Ablaze, you said you had a thought on, you said you wanted to say you didn't get a chance.
Oh yeah, I had a few thoughts to share on the idea of getting the woman to chase or drawing the woman.
Yeah, okay.
There
you go.
This kind of ties into the debate that I had on ICE's channel, Fast Escalation versus Solid Game. There's a trend right now in the dating advice industry, pickup community, toward fast escalation. The idea that we should be constantly progressing things forward. We should try to get to sex as quickly as possible. When we get to sex very quickly, we somehow disarm the woman and take away her main bargaining chip. You know, women walk away from 30-year marriages with kids and assets to be split up. You know, I do think there's something compelling about having a sexual experience with somebody. That's pretty inarguable. You know, we don't have sexual experiences with everyone that we meet. So when we do have a sexual experience, there's something compelling there. But similar to what you were saying, Zan, the best way to overcome last minute resistance is to not get it in the first place. I don't want to have to objection handle. I want everything to be nice and smooth. So my model that I've created is called the vortex of love, to be more specific. It's shaped like a funnel. And the shape of the funnel is to remind guys that there are forces beyond our control at work here. So if I execute a tactic or technique of some sort, I want to sometimes do that and then let it settle in, hold that tension, as you said, Zan. And when you do that, you allow the natural spiraling of attraction to start to take hold. So, you know, it's the opposite of smothering. You know, Bruce Lee said, be like water, right? Water flows into all the cracks and so forth. But Bruce Lee was talking about the martial arts, the Venusian arts, the arts of love. We almost want to be the opposite of that. We want to create empty space for the woman to draw herself to us. So that's what the shape of my model represents. There are 4 elements as well that are a part of my model, and those give us more objective targets, if you will, to aim for. So it reminds us that the nature of the game is paradoxical in a lot of ways. We want to be proactive, and at the simultaneously, we want to allow the universe to unfold things for us. So I think the more guys can get into that mindset of kind of holding contradictory thoughts and concepts at the same time, the more you tap into that sweet spot in the middle that seems to work best for me. Some guys are more proactive. They like to game very proactively. So be it. You lead, you push things forward. Some guys are very withdrawn, and whatever floats their way, floats their way. I've found that middle ground is where the magic really happens for me.
Rather than hoping for an IOI from the girl, and when you don't get it, giving up because you're no longer titillated by the set, you're in it 10 minutes and the conversation isn't going beyond the weather, you can get discouraged from continuing. What I recommend people do is elicit IOIs through the use of DHVs, of demonstrations of higher value gambits. You run a gambit that demonstrates your excellence. In Zan's case, man, when you bring your guitar out, you know,
Hey,
I know
you
it's
sang in my house.
what a beautiful experience for everybody.
Dude, I have
know?
that video. It's beautiful.
Yeah, it's great.
Absolutely delightful experience shared by all. That's what you want to create for people, you know? You can create a safe space to get to know each other.
All right, so I should send you that video and you can put it at the end of this podcast. Of us all.
Mystery has a great analogy too for a fishing analogy. So when you're deep sea fishing, if a fish is swimming away from you and you reel too hard, you'll snap the line. You can only reel when the fish is swimming toward you. So there are times where we want to let line out. And I think that art of judging when it's time to let line out, that will help draw women to you as opposed to just constant reeling.
That's great. That's a great analogy. Yeah, I like that.
Well, it's not 2 steps forward, 1 step back. It's 2 steps back, 1 step forward.
Yeah,
they chase you. Just like in set, when you move back a step, does she move forward? Oh, that's a good tell.
I call that rapport bending. So guys typically think of building rapport or breaking rapport, but there's this middle ground, isn't there? Where you're sort of leaning away. You're sort of attached to her mentally and emotionally. Physically, you're starting to lean away. You're bending rapport. You haven't fully broken it. And that's a good test to see, does she stick?
It's the flinch test.
The what?
The flinch test.
The flinch test, yeah.
Right? There's 2 types of flinch tests. There's me saying, here, come join me for a sec. And I move 8 feet to a lock-in position. What if she doesn't come? Right? Then you get an IOD. But also, what happens if you go for the kiss, right? And she rebuffs the kiss. She goes, right? It can happen.
Wow.
It can happen at any time.
Never happens to me. Never happens. No, I'm kidding.
I'm usually the first to pull away so that the flinch, like I run flinch tests to see if she's going to flinch. Like if you go for a kiss, you can get close. You can get close like this for a moment. Which eye do I look into? I wonder to see your spirit. Is it this eye? No. It's that eye. I see you in there. Hello in there. Which hand are you? Are you left or right-handed? Oh, you're right-handed. I'm left-handed. I'm left-eyed. It means I'm better. Yes. I'm running these flinch tests. I'm coming close to see if she's taking a step back from my presence,
Wow.
right? I'm doing flinch tests. Girls do them all the time, right? They're constantly giving either IODs or IOIs to see reaction, right? I do the same. I just do it
Well,
first.
it's like when you just take the bit of lint off them, or you've got an eyelash. Do it slowly. Do they move out the way, or do they let you take it off and you go make a wish? You know.
Another one is
So it's
the
just
knuckle
removing.
crack. The knuckle crack. I reach out with my hands and I say, let me see your hands for a moment. Now it looks like I'm trying to pick her up. I'm touching her hands. She's cautious. She puts her hands in mine. I throw one hand away and I say, how old are you? Now it sounds like I'm qualifying her for pickup purposes. And she says 24 years old. And I say, I bet you in 24 years, you never knew that you had a secret knuckle inside your hand, the same distance from here to here on your thumb. The same distance in is a knuckle and you can crack it. Did you hear that? And I crack her knuckle. And now it's no longer a pickup. I'm showing interest as a flinch test, seeing where I am in the set. And then I'm rolling off by showing her that I'm just doing a knuckle crack. And in 24 years of her life, she never knew she had a secret knuckle she could crack right down here. And it allows me to touch her. It allows me to do a flinch test. It allows me to calibrate to see whether I'm getting an IOI or an IOD from being this close to her. And then the power is in the roll off. 24 years, you never knew you could do that. And now you know.
I've also seen you do that to guys in set when you want to own the set. Maybe there's an AMOG, alpha male other guy. And you come in and you go, let me see your hands. And then you're like grabbing the guy's hands and cracking his knuckles. And he gets that moment of shock as well. Because it is quite weird feeling if you've never done it before. And then you follow through to like the karate coin snatch, where you're snatching the coins out the guy's hand. And now all the girls are into you and you've basically for want of a better sentence, you've alpha mailed him. You know?
Yeah, so one of my secrets is not to perform magic to a woman directly. I will for her, delight and pleasure, certainly. But for it to really hit home, I'd rather perform magic to the adjacent set or her friends. That way, I can demonstrate social value within the whole group dynamic. And I'm not doing magic to her directly. I'm doing it to her friends, but she's witnessing the interaction. That is the magic.
Which is
how you'd pick up a 10 or a 9 and a celebrity, right? For example, Erik, you gain the adjacent set and she witnesses it. You're not going, I like you, I'm going to try and do this amazing shit on you. No, you're just haphazardly doing it on this girl here, or this group, even better, of men and women. And that girl is witnessing. And then sometimes, and I've seen it when you've done it, the girl's like, and we've been in the situations as well, where the girl's like, do me. You're like, do you? I don't even know you. But like the girl's like wanting to be engaged in this scenario, and she's the one being ignored when normally she's the prize. And that's the power of this game, knowing the chess moves that you can do to obtain where you want to be and who you want to talk to and what mood and emotion you want them to be in.
I'll just throw in I got a super chat here. Good question. After getting a phone number, should you wait a few hours or days before calling or messaging? What do you guys do?
I'll front this one, guys. This is an old question. You know, when I was 19 years old, I got the phone number of a girl and I waited 2 days only to discover that she had given me the phone number of the club I met her in. I didn't get her number, but it took me 2 days to find out. Now, as a 53-year-old, older, wiser man, I've been through it all. I've seen it all. And waiting 2 days is not the rule we live by. I like calling her that night. That way I know it's real. I show interest. I don't say it was really lovely meeting you. I don't formalize it. I'll just say, hey, who sings this song? You spin me rats round, baby, rats round. Who sings this song? It's a one-hit wonder from the 80s, and I just had brain freeze. Well, figure it out. Call me back. Bye. Click. Instant rapport on the phone with a gambit to fill time, right? Much better than being formal, waiting your 2 days. You know, that way I'm not, I'm acting
And
like
every
busy.
and
It's
every
just-
year that question's harder to answer for them, isn't it? Who sang that song?
For me, it's for me.
The girl's the same age. The girl's
When-
the same age, but
when I get a contact information, Instagram or whatever, I tell her what I'm going to do with it. I say, listen, you just gave me your number. You gave me your Instagram. I'm going to message you. Are you excited? Because I'm excited. I'm going to message you. Do you want it?
I love that.
I
That's
tell her what I'm going to do with
That's
it.
brilliant.
If you tell
Yes.
her what you, otherwise I don't want your Instagram. I don't want it. I'm going to message you and I'm going to be excited. You can be excited too. You can wait by the phone, pick it up in the first ring. Okay. I tell her what I'm going to do with it. And because I don't want that energy feel of dissipated guessing and she's not responding and it's asymmetric and you're texting her 3 times. She texts you. Oh, it was nice to meet you too. Smiley face. I don't want it at all. I
Yeah,
wanted it,
yeah.
you know? So I
that's
tell her what
masterful.
I say,
It's
"Listen, you
masterful.
gave me your Instagram nowadays or your phone number. I'm gonna text you. Are you excited? Because if you're not excited, I'm not gonna do it. You have to be excited. Are you with me? Okay. So I explain what I'm gonna do with it.
I love it.
My
Absolutely.
answers.
Yeah, that's a good. I'm going to use that. I'm keeping
Yes, sir.
that one. Thanks, Sam.
My head.
We're
I'm good.
we're
That is
learning
a-
from each other. This is what the panel is.
That is-
No,
The
you got
masters.
you got to evolve, man. There's no
Yeah.
school like the old school.
This is a good one.
Perfect.
My answer is going to sound a little crazy pants here, but I am very much a fan of gaming in a way that I think is going to attract the woman, but also doing what feels right to me. And sometimes I don't message the girl right away, and I can't even really explain why. I get her number. We had a great connection. I tee up a text message, or better yet, a voice message, and I'm about to hit send. And for whatever reason, it just doesn't feel right to me. And I wait. I will sometimes wait several days. And then I'll drop a song on her or I'll drop a voice message. I would say, as a general rule of thumb, I want to keep the momentum going. But I've waited up to 5 days, 6 days to message a girl and had it work and had it convert. I would say, guys that are new to the game, keep the momentum going forward. Message right away, as was discussed. When you get a little bit more experience under your belt and you have more abundance, you can play with gaps in communication a bit more. I'm not doing it to manipulate. There's a difference there too. I'm not doing it because, oh, I want to create this emotional reaction. I just take a little bit of an avant-garde, weird emotional approach to it. It's got to feel right for me. I like when I game in a way that feels right to me. So I will sometimes wait. And I can't
Authentic.
explain why. Just
I'll throw in my answer as the king of message game. This is going to be mind blowing to some people. Let's say I'm at a nightclub, whatever context, even like a networking event. I'll say, "Give me your phone," and then I will add myself on her phone, send myself a message, and then the ball is in my court. I might even send myself a stupid, silly message, be like, something obnoxious, maybe not, I wouldn't do this most of the time, but maybe like, "Hey, sexy," or something like an inside joke that was probably said in the interaction or whatever was going on. I'll be spontaneous with it. And then the ball is in my court. I can then respond. Let's say it's a night game scenario where I sent myself the message from her phone. I can then respond if I didn't pull her that night, the next morning. And then it's as simple as that, because I don't need to wait. I have her information. I don't need to test for if the information is correct, because I used her phone to contact myself because we were right there in the proximity. Now, sometimes it will happen where she probably doesn't give her phone immediately. So then she'll be like, why, or something along those lines. And then I could say something like, maybe my battery is low, or I want to see, here's the classic one I use. I want to see how fast I come up when I search myself. And then I put ICEW, and then I'm like, oh, there I am. Perfect. And then that could be Facebook, it could be Instagram. That's how I do it. Bull is in my court. And I learned this myself back in maybe 2017, because I gave my phone number to a Swiss German girl, and I didn't understand the difference between phone numbers on an international level. So she couldn't send me a message because she had like a plus whatever Switzerland uses, and I had something completely different, and I didn't even understand. So she could not contact me. So then I just started doing this whole thing where, give me your phone, and then I add myself into her system, send myself a message. Then for people who love Instagram, I don't have to worry about being in her DM requests, in her request folder. She's in mine. I just have to be competent enough to check my own messages and then respond back. As simple as that. That's my way of doing it.
It's a subtlety in time bridging, right? It's an important subtlety because it's a critical moment, getting her contact number and making sure it's the real thing. And then more so getting that connection with her again, which is where you are when you have her phone number. You're technically in C2, in mid game, when you've got her on the phone for the first time. You know, you've already met her. This isn't someone you've met online and then got them on the phone. This is someone that you gamed all the way to doing a phone number exchange, and now you're meeting them online in a virtual reality like this. What I recommend is video phone. Gentlemen, you have the video phone button in the top corner. Use the video phone button, you know, or the audio button. Leave a voice message. Reach her spirit. Make her know that you are really present, you know, because she'll step up and be present with you if you are the type to be present with her. Zan, you do this. You overwhelm a person with your presence, right? And they step up and meet you halfway. And that is the most titillating experience, where you actually feel like you've gotten to know this person. You know,
well, I'm excited about life, man. I'm excited. I start rocking. I'm like, yeah, let's talk. This is cool. I love it.
Me too, man. Me too.
Me too.
Yeah.
Me too.
You know, if I'm playing a board game or something, I'm like, okay, Ice, your turn. Let's go. I get excited. I'm like a little boy.
I'm a bit like that. That's funny.
You're high energy.
Totally. When it comes to social, if there's girls around.
Yeah, ramp up.
I'm good.
Put the right type of woman in the room with me, and it wakes me up. It titillates me. It mentally stimulates my mind for the entire interaction. When
I'm the last guy to go home. If we go out,
and then
you drag me out. I'm like, I'm tired. But if I go out, if there's girls out, I'm not going home. I'm the last dog to go home ever.
Oh yeah, first in, last out.
Hey guys, what I'm understanding here is you get excited, you get pumped, you're like, oh, I'm so inspired and I'm so stimulated. And then you go home and go on Reddit and complain about women on the red pill forums.
God, I don't even have Reddit. No, I want to actually add to the closing situation, if I may, Erik.
Yeah, they're operating from a place of pain. That's all I wanted to say.
No, yeah, you're right. You're right. Definitely. Yeah. Look, we're all jovial. We're happy. You know, there's no weirdness going on. So what I wanted to say with the closing, now it depends how you close, how you're going to respond to them, right? So one of the closing gambits I would use would be, hey, I'm thinking, so you've been chatting for a while, right? But when you want to close, I'll be like, we're thinking of having a fancy dress party. What are your ideas of fancy dress parties? You know, cops and robbers, nuns and priests. What do you think? So now they have to go inside their mind and think of what it would be a good one. And they're like, you know, nurses and doctors. And I'll be like, yeah, but if you came, what would you wear? And she's like, well, a nurse, obviously. And you go, would it be a sexy one? And she's like, yes. Then you can come, okay? So you see how you smoothed in and you go, okay. And then you swap the numbers. And then my reason for texting her is, hey, and I say, we have lots of parties. They're not all fancy dress parties, but you can come to them. It's fine. You seem cool now. All right. But remember, you've been chatting to her for whatever amount of time previously. So this is just the closing gambit. So when I invite her, I say, hey, the fancy dress party is not quite yet, but let's grab a drink and talk about the outfits, you know, whatever. So it's in context, it's congruent, one of the C's, to being with what you closed her with instead of, hey, let's just go for a drink. I have a reason to do that. I have context to do that. I have something that we've engaged in that she laughed about, she had to think about, she had to give me answers about. So she was invested in that. And the investment is quite important. The second version is I will close loads of girls and then there's a template you can send to all, right? And it's instant party. Have an instant party at yours. You were the main feature of that night for them all, hopefully. And there are now, some of them are going to come to your party. Even if one comes, it's okay, but always presume a threesome. And that's the way you do it. And have a wingman there. You don't want to be the only dude because that's also weird, even though later in the end of the night, I like to be the only cock in the room. So that's another gambit for another time. We've all got something big in common. But no. Let's see what pops up. No, but seriously, on a serious note, enough about me.
What do you think of me?
What do you think of me? But no, so there's different ways of how am I going to respond to them? And definitely what Mystery says is, and something you touched on, Ice, is there's higher forms of contact. The lowest form is text. It's the most arguments are caused by someone is put an emotion over the text, which is wrong. The emotion wasn't that. I was being facetious or sarcastic or ambiguous or fantastic. I was not being factual, and you are not. Your bum does not look big in that, right? Your belt size is not equator. I do not have to slap the thigh and ride the wave in, right? So, I was having a joke with you. You know, you're bootitious. You're lovely. So it depends on it. So the next is voicemail, which I use the most, I have to admit, because it's so convenient, but it's not texting. So use voicemail. They can hear your tones. Oh, I remember his voice. I remember how he was. You can put laughs. You can put jokes in instead of emojis. You can make it, you can put sound effects in the back. I'm sitting in the kitchen. I'm really busy, but I'm thinking of you, right? I'm just cooking at the moment, but I'm thinking of you. And I've got to follow up on something. What was that song, Mystery? You spin me right round, maybe right round. Whatever you're going to do. Hit.
The name of the band is Dead or Alive. I do know the answer.
No. It's
After all these years, I thought it was Boy George.
That's great.
So, and I have used that. But also, instant night. Why are you waiting for the next day? Hey, I'm having a party. If she goes, I can't make it, that's totally cool. Yeah, there's other parties, other days. You can still invite her out one-on-one the next day. I'll message you tomorrow. Don't worry, I've got to get up. Got to carry on with my mixology here. I'm inventing something special. So it doesn't matter. If they don't come that night, they'll come another night. And I don't always blame them for not coming that night. You haven't failed. They just have already planned their going home stuff. Now it is breakable. And I'm not, there are ways of doing this, but if she's into you and invested, there's another day to play. But yeah, go for it that night as well. Don't just think I'm going to go the next day. Go for it that night while the buying temperature is high. I like high buying temperature. That's why I spike it. with moves and spins and having a laugh and moving them and bouncing them in and, you know, doing Kino gambits and invoking emotions within them. I think that's so powerful to get their buying temperature up. Then you're like, let's hit it. Let's get out of this joint. You know, I'm not feeling it anymore. Let's go. And you're out of there in the moment. You already ordered an Uber. It's already there waiting.
You just
Hopefully Uber Deluxe.
Yeah, XL. Got a super chat here. Ablaze, I think there is a level of manipulation in choosing to wait on messaging her, calling her, and leaves her on a high and anticipating the call. The guy is in control of the feeling for her. That was just a comment, no question.
So I think there's a fine line between manipulation and persuasion. You know, I don't like to manipulate. I do like to persuade. I like to be influential. And I'll say this, one of the best relationships that I've ever had, one of my first loves, one of my first heartbreaks as well, I waited 6 days to contact her. I had a lovely exchange with her at a party. We knew mutual people. I got her contact information, and I sat there thinking about her for 6 days. Mm-hmm. And every time I went to call her or send a text, I stopped myself, and I have no idea why. It just didn't feel like the right moment. And I finally did call her, didn't text her. I called her 6 days later. And she even brought it up later in the relationship. Hey, why'd you wait to call me 6 days? I said, I don't know. It just felt right. Maybe she would have liked me had I contacted her sooner. Maybe I would have got her, quote unquote, either way. But I can tell you, it works. There's not a perfect science to it. I can't even tell you what I'm waiting for. I'm just feeling through the ether. I can feel tension.
I'll add to that.
Not all the time. I don't do that every time. My current relationship, my fiance, I met her. We jumped on a Zoom call because I did meet her online. We jumped on a Zoom call and I spent 3 hours with her. And then I invited her to sushi that night. We sat in a sushi restaurant for 2.5 hours, closed the place down, and then we sat in my car for 2.5 hours. So I spent 8 hours with my fiance the first day that I met her in person. So I think that guys, rather than thinking algorithmically, this is where the art comes in. This is where calibration comes in. This is where it's a combination of doing things that you think will work and then also gaming in a way that feels true and authentic for you. So manipulation, no. Persuasion, yes.
I'll add on to that. I don't know whether to call it a technique or whatever. This like free day thing, free day rule, if you want to wait 2 days, 3 days, 6 days, whatever. This goes way back to the 80s or even before that. My dad waited 3 days to call my mom after they met, after the night they met. 3 days he waited. So I am existing because of that. Maybe it made no difference. Maybe it did, but it's what
I think that's a fair answer. But remember, this was all. How long ago was it, Erik?
Oh, we're going back to age 20.
A long time.
20 years ago.
So and you're saying mom and dad. This is before everyone's on flipping bumping in people's DMs. Bang, 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 bang. These days you got to be a bit quicker. You know, you can't be waiting anymore.
2 days to another man who's stealing your buying temperature.
Fair.
Exactly. Stealing your buying temperature. Exactly.
I would definitely say
I've worked hard to get that buying temperature. Thank you very much.
I would say as a general rule of thumb, I am contacting her sooner. Definitely. And voice text all the way, as we've discussed. I'm generally leaning towards
back in
sooner.
the day, it was more. It matter as
saying
much.
Something good here. So one way I understand this, you are everyone, almost everyone alive right now is exposed to more information in one day than someone living 300 years ago was in their entire lifetime. The amount of information overstimulation that is going on, the amount of messages, even you see like hot girls, and if they show you their Instagram DMs, even the ones that aren't so hot are getting a lot of messages, but the ones who are super hot, they will have hundreds and hundreds going back in the last 2 to 4 weeks. It's like a 30
Yeah, it's
day
you get
auto
lost.
delete thing.
You get lost in the ether, in the tsunami of messages. So you got to be bang. It's instant is best. Instant is best. Right now is best. Why are you delaying? Now is best. We live in the now, so now is best.
It's
Already,
still
let's
now.
Just go for it.
It's still now a few days later though too.
Yeah, well, if it doesn't work now, you've gave that a go, right?
Yeah, then
And then
try
you've
again
got
later.
later as well as a backup or a side hustle, whatever you want to frame it as. You still got another go, but some women women have said to me, "Why didn't you make out with me straight away?" Or "Why didn't you make out with me that day?" Or what? Or girlfriends have said, "Why is he not interested?" And I know guys trying to game her. He's trying to game her and he's trying to be cool and so on, but he's not made any interest at all. There hasn't been for the whole, 5 hours. There's been no interest, and he's not invited her back. He could have, and by that time, I've seen guys that could have just go, "Do you want to come back to mine and have a cocktail?" And they would have gone. And then the girls come over and go, "He didn't even ask me back." And I'm to the girl, "Why don't you ask him back?" And she's like, "Because I'm the girl." Girls don't think that they should be doing that.
Beckster, you just
So
set
you
up
have to at
perfectly.
some point.
You just set it up perfectly for the next question. So I'm going to throw in the next question.
Very
What
good.
do you guys, what do you recommend for guys to do when they want to go for a kiss? Is it better not to kiss until you have actually pulled her, but still use other forms of escalation like hand holding? What's your kind of system for this?
Can I lead this one? So this is another one that I hear all the time in the community. It's that as soon as you can get her phone number, get her phone number. As soon as you can kiss her, kiss her. As soon as you can get to bed with her, get to bed with her. That's not always the best move. She needs to be, I like to think of escalation as a window that opens, the escalation window. When it cracks open, that's not the time to barge through and damage the window and force your way through. Wait till that escalation window is all the way open. Women are savvy to guys rizzing them up for 5 minutes and then saying, "Hey, what's your Instagram?" Right? Or storming in for a kiss and seizing on a kiss opportunity. Wait till she really wants it. Wait till she really wants it. Play a solid game. Let the magnetism build up. I actually feel magnetism when the girl's ready to be kissed. Is that magnetism real? Or have I just built an internal kinesthetic waypoint of sorts from having many at-bats? Is it just an intuition? I don't know, but I know that it's real. I feel my lips being pulled to her lips. I'm not leaping into the unknown. I hope this works out. The IOIs are flowing. She's ready to be kissed when I kiss her. And I release the kiss at the right time as well. The idea that you have to have her in a sex location is not, that's fallacious thinking. As Mystery said, sometimes we kiss in pickup, sometimes we kiss in mid-game, sometimes we kiss in end game. It's up to her. It's her comfortability, not mine. It's not when I want to kiss her. It's when is she ready to be kissed, and when is she really ready to be kissed? When does she really want to be kissed?
Indicators of interest. You look for enough indicators of interest and you get them, she's more likely ready to be kissed. For instance, certainly if holding your hand brings her discomfort and she doesn't want to hold your hand and doesn't squeeze back, that's an indicator of disinterest. I'm not going to escalate to kissing. But if I say, "I'm trying so hard not to make out with you right now." All right, where was I? Oh yeah, we were talking about me. If I use that frame, that conditions, oh, what's the word I'm looking for? Forgive me. What that does is it allows you to get information prior to making the move. What do you call that? There's a simple word for that. Extract. That's not the perfect word, but that's the correct word. It's in the thesaurus. The thesaurus. Say that 3 times fast. But so what I do is, what I've done in the past rather, is I would lean in and smell her and say, "Come here, I want to smell you." And if she indulges in that, and I say, you smell so familiar, or depending on the flinch test that's happening there, I'll say, you smell like poo, shampoo. So I can use either one. Either one is a IOD, which is comedic, and it's a roll off to handle her discomfort. But if she's comfortable with my getting close, I'm trying so hard not to make out with you. That's the exact same line that Cosmo in the TV show was told in his earpiece by me. And he got to make out instantly because she simply said, why did I tell you you couldn't? And they went and got the kiss, right? So you can do a move to prepare her for the kiss. I'm trying so hard not to kiss you right now. Is a good soundbite. Or let me smell you. You smell so familiar. All right, I'm not in that headspace, right? Now you can do another flinch test and do the 90-10. You know, you can say, come here. Another one I use is stick your tongue out. And they go, what? Just stop thinking and stick your tongue out like this. Stick your tongue out. And then you suck on it. It's a compliance test. If she sticks her tongue out, well, then you come in and she's not moving, so you suck on her tongue. That's a part of the compliance escalation ladder. Food for thought.
Wow.
Yeah, there's definitely gambits for kissing, which is compliance. You just, you know, you're testing your compliance of hand holding, moving, mini bounce. So, you know, there's routines for it. There's super routines, which moves you very slowly up the compliance ladder to know that, you know, she's interested in you without freaking her out, basically. And then the other school of thought is, I don't want to kiss her until we get home. Because if we get home and we've kissed already, she's going to think that I'm expecting even more than that and won't want to come home with me. But if I'm giving the anticipation of only we've not kissed yet, but we're definitely going to kiss when we get home, most likely. But she can then get away with only kissing me and nothing else, then she's more likely to come. But obviously when you're kissing, one thing leads to another, doesn't it? But what I'm saying is the compliance is very important, that you do things smoothly and not shock her immediately. So yeah, definitely compliance ladders before kissing. So yeah, there's one school for thought that you want to kiss in the club and one you don't want to kiss in the club. And you got to gauge which is most important at the time. And I think most girls won't want public displays of affection immediately unless it's round the corner and you go, look, I must. And there's a quick 2 seconds of kissing or something. And then that's enough. That's all you get, Speed Racer. And push away. Be the one to push away, though. She pushes you away. That's bad sign. So keep it short. Keep it sweet.
Yeah, when you wait to sexually escalate, when you have her isolated, there's this mistake that a lot of guys make where they just uncage this wild beast. And a lot of women know what this one looks like as well, where the guy's playing it cool, playing it cool, playing it cool. And then he gets her alone and he's like a wild dog, right? A lot of the game is demonstrating that we can feel where her comfort threshold is. We move ourselves right up to that threshold and then back away from it. And every time we back away from her comfort threshold or just slightly breach it and then back away, we demonstrate to her that she can trust us. That when we do finally get to bed, we're not going to go crazy on her. We can sense where she's at. We're going to respect her comfort levels. It's going to be an enjoyable experience.
So interesting. You know, for me, it's like, I mean, people read the way I write, and it's kind of, I like words and I like the way they go together. And people think, well, I must be this lover boy, go in for the soul gazing kiss. I'm not. I bang. That's what I do. It's fun and exciting.
Dirty dog.
100%. And I like that. And I'm excited. Let's go. So for me to kiss a girl in the club, for instance, my goodness.
Zan, what was that 1 in a million talk?
I'm telling you, man, you know, to kiss a girl in the club back in the day, it's like you see a guy, he gets his nerve up or whatever, and he's dancing with a kind of drunk girl, and he makes out with her on the dance floor, and then her mother hen comes and says, "It was nice to meet you. We have to go," and gathers her up and takes her away as they do. And now the guy's like, "Okay, who's next?" So for me, it's like what you said, Beckster, is they go around the corner, but in public display, I've never kissed a girl except Deanna, my girl.
Yeah.
In public. I'm not going to do that because everyone watches that, everyone sees it, and then when they're gone, now you're like, okay, who's next? And so for me, it's the first kiss for me and I realize I'm not normal. I'm not like other guys. Because for the first kiss for me should be on the cheek. Give me some sugar right here and here. Okay, I'm gonna come back I'm gonna come back and see you. Don't forget me. I'll be back.
Compliance.
And this is already intimate. This already
Yeah.
breaks that intimacy barrier. If you get her to kiss you on the cheek or you kiss her on the cheek, that's the first kiss should be on the cheek as far as I'm concerned.
Have you
I
ever
agree.
done kiss me on the ring? It's not gonna work most of the time. But if you really want to test for
Which ring?
I have
I
done
got
that in
4.
field,
I
by the
have
way.
3.
You know,
Tell me about it. I would love
kiss
to
me
know.
ring.
I have 9.
But the first kiss for me, because I want it to be like I like the fun of it, you know? So like for me, it's like I like it. I'm not this romantic. People think I am. I'm like the cover of a romance novel, like flowing in, soul gazing. I'm not that guy. I like back it up, beep, 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 beep. That's what I like. Let's go. You know? So it's like I don't know. Like to make
No.
out with a girl, so to deeply make out with a girl is in public. I couldn't possibly do that. No.
Well,
Perhaps-
the way I
perhaps,
see it is.
Beckster, you could tell the gentleman here about the set in Belgrade. Both Ablaze and Beckster were there. That's a case in point of, you know,
That was funny.
yeah.
All right,
You
I
want
can
to
tell
split
it.
that one?
Yeah. So basically, the whole tour was mystery single again, right? The whole tour is mystery single again. So he's going to be going at it hardcore, right? The second day of boot camp, the second day, we're in the queue, and mystery's behind me, and I'm doing my get us in the club talk, and he leans over the shoulder, starts chatting to a girl while we're queuing up. We get in. I meet some girls. I go off to the VIP room. I manage to get some bands in, take some girls off. Mystery's talking with a girl. I think Ablaze was talking with another set of girls, and then you went over Mystery. I don't know that bit because I was gone for that bit.
Yep.
And then when I came back, all I saw, I was with a girl, all I saw was Mystery pinned against the wall and this girl, like, literally trying to rip his soul out with her tongue. Right?
Devouring
But
Mystery's
Oh my
face.
God.
But I did ask what happened. Obviously, we do debrief and stuff at the end of the day. And the debrief was he was chatting to the new set, and she comes over and she's like, "Hi," and he's like leans over to her and add any extras you want. But I just remember the phrase, "You're gonna have to fight for me, and it's worth it." And then her just grabbing you, pinning you against the wall. Add anything else
great.
you want there.
Well,
But
what
that
I
was
wanted to add is that did happen. It does happen. It is generally the exception to the rule, you know, kissing on the open. But
she kissed you.
thanks to 2 hours afterwards of gaming her, you know, of continuing to game her, meaning working on her comfort levels, I turned the otherwise non-connecting kiss, right, just for shock value on the open, but I did turn that into a 4-month relationship. But it was because I built comfort after our makeout session. Now, we did make out for a couple hours in the first 2 hours of knowing each other, but there was a lot of dynamic in rolling off for a moment because we can't kiss, we have to breathe, right? And exchange names at some point because I didn't know her name, right? And turn that all the way into a girlfriend who would travel with me around the world. I went to the Dominican Republic. She flew and met me there, right? So it started with something that could have been lost were I not, savvy enough to know that her comfort levels needed to be established. We knew we liked each other physically, but were we truly compatible? Right? That had to be found out. I had
By
to
living
still
together.
qualify her, even though I was kissing her. What's that?
By living together for ages. Right.
Instantly
So
living-
listen, let me
I
just
live
get this
with
in
girls, it
context.
happens.
Right. Mystery is very good at instantly living with a girl in her house. I don't know.
Homeless bum.
He's
It's
wearing
just-
her slippers and her robe and everything.
So we go to a new city. We've been doing it for like 16 years. And then some cities we live in because we love them. Right. So we live in for a while. We lived in Amsterdam numerous times for many months. You know, we've lived in Ukraine. We've lived in Barcelona. We've lived in America. You know, all over we've lived for periods of time. And so we go. And at the start, it's a shared Airbnb. And not too long, some of the times, obviously, he's living with someone. So I'm like, oh, I've got to find a one-bedroom Airbnb now, do I? But he's living with them. And it's like, you've only known them a day. You live with them that night from meeting them because he went to the place and never left. He goes to these places and doesn't leave. Numerous times.
He sleeps in he sleeps in and she doesn't want to wake him up. And then he just 2 days later he wakes up.
It's a part of compliance momentum.
That's a good one.
It's a part of compliance momentum. A lot of guys are trying
with
to
one eye open.
No, listen to this thought. A lot of guys are trying to bed a woman. What I'm attempting to do is turn her into my travel partner. It's a different level of compliance, and it's going to lead to living with her if she travels with me. We're going to be in a shared space. We're instantly living together.
Instant girlfriend
my
technique.
motivation, that's right. My motivation is not to bed the girl. Instead, my motivation is to live with her.
You're not
actually this actually
you're not betting the girl.
He games a girl and a house.
You're saving the game so that
breakfast.
you collect the beds of women so that you could have so many options all over the planet.
He doesn't go back and make a notch on the bed. He goes to their bed and makes a notch.
This ties into one of the first questions you asked, Ice, when you said, what is something that people don't understand about you? Mystery gets short-term hookups. I've seen it. I've seen him hook up quick and it was just a one-time thing or a few-time thing, but that's not the norm. You know, you can get a girlfriend with this stuff. We're not just teaching guys how to hook up and how to bed women. You can use the M3 model to get a girlfriend.
Yeah,
you can use it how you want to use it. That's the beauty of it. If you're young, free, and single, you can use it to go out and spread your love. If you want a committed relationship, you can use it to get a committed relationship. If you want multiple, you can get multiple. The choice is yours. That's the beauty of this game. You learn a skill set that's practical in all areas of life.
My objectives have changed over the years as I get older. I'm more inclined to looking for a long-term partner these days than in the past, where if you said LTR, I would have laughed, right? I went through a season of a different sort than I am than now. I'm in a new season, and I've changed objectives. I'm less concerned now personally with skill set development as I am with skill set use. So I'm a lot more discerning now than I've ever been.
Right. I got a super chat here. Says, I hear a lot of YouTube noise about getting rid of women that show interest but isn't head over heels. How do you guys handle the interaction with women that show interest but also has good game too?
Oh, for me, I get them head over heels. I elicit IOIs. I don't hope for them. It's not a game of hope. I am doing something to change her emotional state. I'm getting her to invest in me by asking proper questions, by asking questions that are intriguing, not yes or no questions that she can answer curtly, but she has to be present.
Open-ended.
Yeah. What are they? Sorry.
Open-ended.
Open-ended questions, right? Much better than closed-ended questions. If you're not getting IOIs, then you have to elicit for IOIs. You have to elicit the IOIs, do something. And so I've broken down this something as I've broken it down into 5 different DHVs, or demonstrations of higher value. I'll run through them very quickly for the newcomers. The first is pre-selection, evidence that you're pre-selected by other women. Leader of men, protector of loved ones, showing a willingness to emote, to show a rich range of emotion in your storytelling. And the last one is successful risk taker, the operative word being successful. If you can convey these 5 characteristics, the woman is going to give you IOIs, because these are the same characteristics that Leonardo DiCaprio uses. These are the same characteristics that make women feel attracted to you. So if you can, what one man can do, another can do. If you can DHV these, demonstrate these 5 key characteristics in your storytelling, you're going to get IOIs from the girl. Elicit IOIs, don't beg for them and hope.
Any other comments?
So basically practice all them 5 things, convey them 5 things in a story or your actions. Do that, and every one of them is going to be giving you a more likely chance of getting the girl in the attraction area. And then you've got to go to the bonding. So these are things that, even though they're said, people should rewind, go back, write them down, and try to weave them into your stories so you can actually actively use them and not just listen to it and then it's discarded. These are the keys. These are the keys that women want.
Ice, can you repeat the question too? Because I sense that this question is coming from the frame that the woman should be into us instantly, that we need to polarize the interaction right away, that we need to go direct and make her feel some big impact. Can you just repeat the question one more time?
So you debated Mr. Lucario and his guy. So I'm thinking of it kind of in terms of that, where it's like she's either interested in 5 minutes or not interested. Maybe it's coming from that mindset.
Yeah.
Maybe.
I think that we don't need that, right? We just need to get her on the hook. As long as she's on the hook, sometimes it's just a matter of being in her presence for a long enough period of time for this backward rationalization mechanism to kick in, where she goes, oh, maybe I'm attracted to this dude. I've been listening to him talk for 10 minutes, right? So it's, for me, I'm not trying to make the woman decide within a matter of seconds or minutes if she likes me. I'm going to play her a few sample songs before I ask her to buy the album. And that's at the heart of what Mystery and I teach. And there's a time to move things forward faster as well. We can be more direct and progress things faster and make her squirm a bit or make her decide. But generally speaking, that's antithetical to attraction. I want to relieve tension. I want to take pressure off of her and allow her interest to naturally start flowing and turn into attraction. So when a woman is just lukewarm into me, that's fine. That's often the norm. She's often not into me within seconds or minutes, maybe even days. Maybe I have to hang out with her multiple times before something hooks. This is why I also don't fear the friend zone. Everyone's always, oh, I don't want to wind up in the friend zone. I will let a woman put me in the friend zone. Put me in the
leading
friend zone.
Perfectly into the next question. God, why do you guys keep leading into the next question so perfectly? So let me just ask.
It's all the same question.
We're 5 thoughts ahead. We're 5 thoughts ahead. I don't fear the friend zone.
What's your take?
Well, there is a actual thing that Mystery has used. For example, I remember that when he met a girlfriend of 3 years, I'm not going to say the name unless Mystery wants me to. And he said to the next set that came in, or to another set that night, oh, have you met my future girlfriend or wife? Have you met my future wife? And you know who I'm on about, Erik.
Yes.
And then, so that hit. So there is that mode as well, you see. A pickup artist should have mixed Venusian arts. He should be able to do things in different scenarios, not one size fits all, and not one school of thought like wrestling or sport, boxing or kickboxing. You can use anything in a different variety of situations. So that was, in a way, direct, but semi-direct way of saying it, but stating his claims, stating his sexual intent that this is my girl now.
Yeah.
Anyway, you might want to carry on.
Yeah, the comment I have on that particular set was, in the relationship, it was we were together 3 years. In that relationship, at some point, she did mention that what I had said really hit home for her. And she even gave me a keychain tag with, have you met my future wife on it, on my birthday. So it meant something to her, I was also laying claim to her because I'm bringing her back to a group with pickup artists in it. So I was just going, okay, I must, is what I said in my heart when I opened that set. I wanted to know this girl. And
luckily you was only bringing her back to me and my girl at the time that we all bounced back to the apartment.
That's right.
Same night. That was a beautiful set.
Beautiful
Some sets are super sets. They just work so well.
Destiny.
And that is the glory. They're very hard to get on camera.
I like that word, or it's a hyphenated word, super set. Yeah. It's when everything goes right, but they're not ideal. A superset is a working man's set. Indeed. It doesn't just ideally get thrown in your lap. A girl sits on your lap within 3 minutes. You don't have a girlfriend from that. You have a girl sitting on your lap. That's all you got. You can lose her in a heartbeat. She can say, all right, you're losing me. Get up and leave, right? You validated her by putting your arm around her, as opposed to saying, whoa, slow it down, Speed Racer. Grab a seat right next to me. I'm curious about something. Is there more to you than meets the eye? To game her, right?
Yeah. And all the things that went before that, like getting in the VIP section, then speaking to her, then disarming the friends, then bringing in, girls that you already knew that was, I brought in, that actually showed that you were hanging out with some girls, and then dealing with that and then bringing her back. And there was a whole chess match going on before even that part of it happened at the end, where he's like, this is my future wife. So, everything has to be taken into account in a set. So when someone asks a question, there's multiple answers, because everything is, things go in different sequences. And most pickups are clunky. They're not perfect. Don't think you're going out there doing a perfect set every time. That's not going to, the super set, it's not going to happen. Most are clunky. And you just got to get over your ego and just see the shit tests as IOIs, because otherwise indifference is what you really don't want, right? Where they just ignore you. So if they're giving you shit, just see it as an IOI and plow forward. You don't know where you are yet.
Let me lead into the next one. What's your take on the friend zone? Like how to avoid going there in the first place or getting out of it?
Can I finish my thoughts since I led into that one? I'll keep it short because it's very simple for me. I don't fear the friend zone. There's some psychology out there that shows that if a woman slots us into a category of friend zone, it's going to be hard to get out of that. People make up their minds and then it's hard to change their minds. There's an element of that, certainly. But generally speaking, if a woman friend zones me, I kind of, with a smirk on my face, not on the outside, but inside I'm smirking going, okay, let's see how that works out for you. And I'll be friends with her. And then over a period of time, sometimes days, maybe even a few weeks, if we're within the same social circle, I'm very indirectly going to start chipping away at that friend zone, because I believe that if I have chemistry with the woman, that is going to grow and expand And this flimsy little friend zone that she tried to foist onto our relationship is going to crumble away.
It's
So
all frame control.
it's slow burn frame control for me. So think about even in a social circle. What if she's within your group of friends? Are you going to not be friends with her because you don't want to be friend zoned? You can.
I think my issue is I just forget about them because you're out again and you're getting more numbers, and you know you are the prize. So I just keep forgetting about them. That's my problem, though. That is my problem. I forget.
That is a weak part in your game, pal.
Yeah.
It's
I
what
just
we call a
forget.
quality
I
problem.
forget they exist, and I'd rather go out again.
I have
Invite
to
them all
remind
out.
you to call your girls.
Yeah, I know.
When a girl's friend
Thanks.
zone me, I double down on that friend zone. I invite her out, invite everybody out.
You're turning
I
red.
just forget. I just forget. I forget. No, it is red in here, actually.
Oh, okay.
Any
All
other
right,
comments on
next
this?
question. Or unless we're still talking about
And I'm drinking.
let's just be friends.
Listen,
The
I'll
way I
say,
see it, if I
I'm going to
could
say,
frame- Oh, go ahead.
I would say one more thing. So I talk in my method, in my model, I have 4 key elements. We want to build all 4 of these elements up to equilibrium. The girl spirals down the vortex and she falls in love. And I outline 5 different paths. This is 5 different ways that we can arrange the elements into sequential steps. And one of those is the friend zone path. There are a lot of people, history is full of examples of people that started as friends and turned into lovers.
Mm-hmm.
That's not a popular thing to say in the pickup scene. We want to demonstrate we're a man. We want to demonstrate there's a male-female dynamic here. Fair. If you get friend zoned often, you should probably swing to this side of the spectrum where you're demonstrating your masculinity, you're polarizing the interaction, you're letting her know you're not interested in being friends. But once we get over that, once we establish a little bit of a baseline of skill, the friend zone is a very viable path to turning a woman into your girlfriend. There's downsides that come with it. It's a slippery slope. You got to be careful, but it's a path nonetheless. It's one of 5 major paths that I outline.
What I wanted to add is there is a timeline from meeting a woman to beginning a sexual relationship. We call that courtship timeline. That's the courtship timeline, right? And certainly you may not kiss her at the beginning. You may not kiss her at the middle, but you'll get around to kissing her at the end. If you have a short timeline, 1 hour, trying to bed her in an hour, you may be able to do that. But if your girlfriend of 2 years won't have sex with you in a public bathroom stall, don't expect a quality woman you met to do that, right? So we lengthen the time and get to know each other. How much time? Anything over 10 hours, I claim, is falling into the let's just be friend zone. You've known her now accumulatively. You know, you're counting by the minute. You hung out with her 20 minutes when you met her. You got a day 2 with her, perhaps with another friend of hers in, joining her by the hip. And you got to hang out with her for 2.5 hours there. You now add up that time. You have a day 3 with her. You add up that time, an hour here, an hour there, just like a lawyer billing by the minute. And you fill the 10 hours of time. You're falling into let's just be friends. She's going to ask you to move and you'll say yes because you have a truck and you don't have any reciprocation, right? You're falling into let's just be friends. What I found is that the average pickup, and this is just, by backwards rationalizing of my pickups, however many I've done, along with a good dozen or so other pickup artists, friends of mine who were good with women, what they all agreed with is the 7-hour rule. If you go beyond 7 hours, you're falling into let's just be friends. If you're under 7 hours, you're going into getting buyer's remorse, dealing with being known as a player, compromising her comfort levels. Lots of errors happen if you're under the time too. Make sense? That's all I'm doing is I'm just setting up the framework here so that we can talk about what last minute resist, forgive me, let's just be friends, LJBF, where that lies in the pickup. What I suggest is go for the shorter game, certainly. And if you don't get compliance, then you're naturally switching to the longer game. Right? But just don't go over 10 hours, because then she's bleeding your expensive time. You know, I'd rather hang out with another woman then who's not wasting my life.
Or any other comments? Okay. I forget to mention this earlier. So
Zan, I want to hear what Zan has to say about the friend zone.
I'm not normal, dude. I'm not normal.
Huh?
I'm not normal. I'm not a normal guy.
We want to hear it. We want to hear it, man.
Now we really want to hear it.
I don't trust a woman that doesn't sleep with me the first night I met her.
That makes a lot of
Passionate
sense.
relationships begin passionately.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I use that.
Because I'm excited about life. Yeah, right. And if she doesn't have that same drive and same energy and and everybody else, she like dates 3 times and whatever, but there's the concept of the man who doesn't count. And it's an advanced concept, which you try to describe it to people, but there's a type of man who doesn't count. Everybody else has to do all the jump through the hoops and that kind of stuff, but not him. It's just, he gets a free pass. So it's like, I'm caught up in the experience of life. I like this girl. Wow, look at you. I'm gonna message you. Give me your Instagram, crazy girl. I'm gonna message you immediately. I'm excited. Are you excited? Because otherwise I won't message you. That whole everything is contained to me, because contained in that moment. All of the state, everything's done in that moment. Like, I like this girl a lot. And I'm not normal. And I don't say guys should do this or think this way, but for me, it's like, if she doesn't express and give everything to me, because I'm giving everything to her, if I don't get that in return, I'm like, kind of lost interest in her, because like I want that energy. I don't want to like work the system or get her, ramp up her mood, or try and convince her of anything. Life is short, and I don't know.
I respect
I'm not
that.
normal.
At the same time, what if there's a woman of particular quality in front of you and she's not giving you the IOIs that you are expecting? You still want to win, don't you?
Not really.
Especially if she's particularly beautiful.
Not really. No, not really. I'm just like, she's nice, but because I step forward, like Erik, you like, think about you as this, and I'll say this about you. You're personable to all. You're equal opportunity to everybody around. Guys, girls, you give your expression of your full self to everybody. And that's admirable. That's fantastic. And I want that too. I want to receive in that same, I want her to feel that I'm caught up in something too. That life is short. One of these days we're gonna be dead, and we're not dead yet. So, I want to have that feeling of let's go and let's be children and run through the park and run through the secret garden together,
I like that gambit. I'm going to use that.
And if I don't have it, if she's like, well, playing standoffish with her, I'm like, I lose interest, because I don't want to work. I don't want to convince. I don't want to demonstrate that I've got something that you should recognize as valuable. There's something in me. I'm not normal, guys. I'm not normal.
No,
I respect that.
Sometimes like pulling teeth. Sometimes
I don't want to do it.
I understand that. Yeah.
And Mystery, you have that. I've seen you in social 20 years ago, 15 years ago, 10 years ago, in Romania here in my home. You came to my home. You have this personable expression of you. Everybody's included. That's fantastic. And I want her to feel that and respond to that and say, like, you know what? Everybody else, they have to prove their worth to me, but no, not you. Let's go. Because I'm excited about life. I want her to be excited too. So I'm this guy that's like, I honestly, this is a bad thing to say, and I'll get knocked for this. I wouldn't trust a girl that didn't sleep with me in the first night. I'm like, what? What? Are you kidding? How can this not possible? How can you not possibly caught up in this same thing that I am? It's not my
It's a
girl.
strong frame.
It's not my
It's a
girl.
strong sexual frame to set early.
Totally.
And you know what? It's an adult frame.
Yeah, I'm
That's what
very
that's
much
how
a sexual
adults are.
frame. I'm like I'm sexual forward. Like in my opinion, a man's dick should be the first thing to enter the room, not in a bad thrusting and invasive way,
I was doing that last
but in a
night. Entering sets like this.
exactly. Your whole expression as you walk into the room is like, wait, girls, potential, married, engaged. I get it, but the potential's there, and the electricity of the potential is what's important. So
This is where
I'm not normal.
This is where the
Are you
intersection.
potentially horny?
I'm 100% horny, man.
This
I
is
don't,
where
I don't
the
trust guys that are not horny. I can't hang out with them. Like guys, how many students have you had? Sorry to cut you off there, Erik. But
no.
how many guys have you had? They come you coaching and they stand locked onto you. Okay, I have another question. And there's girls walking by.
Yeah. I
Like,
understand.
you know,
that.
100%.
Like let's talk shoulder to shoulder. I'll answer all your questions, but let's look out here. You know what I mean, right? Because they're locked. Because their focus is you. Your focus is the energy of women.
The set, sets around.
And I can't trust. I can't hang out with guys that are not horny for girls. I can't do it.
what
Is
you're
that why you
talking
like
about too,
loving
Zan.
hanging out with PUAs?
Oh, I like guys that like girls. That's a cool guy. That's a cool guy. I like him. Yeah. If I'm talking to Mystery, for instance, we're in a restaurant or something, and a girl walks by, and he's in mid-story, and he'll stop, watch her walk by. Okay, sorry guys, what was I saying? That I like. That's a cool guy. That's what I want to hang out with, and I want that energy. And women are drawn to that. They're caught up in that. Sorry.
What I really like about what you're saying, Zan, is you're discussing the intersection of the science and the art of the game. I think that much of the advice out there right now is this is what women respond to. We know this from science. We know this from our experience. Therefore, you should be this guy to attract all the women because they all respond to this. And we know that's not the case. There are different types of women out there. There are different types of guys out there. So you understand what we're saying, but you're saying that's not really how I game.
Not me. Yeah. I understand what you're saying 100%. But I'm just a horny guy that likes girls. Like I believe the curves of a woman is proof that God is love.
And what's interesting too is when you find a style of game that really works for you, you can sharpen that blade and get it really sharp. You know, there's something to be said about
mischief, Ablaze, mischief. The sense of mischief, man, is like if a girl says to you, I have a boyfriend, I'm not interested, and she says it flatly, okay? You'll waste your time talking to her. But if she says, I have a boyfriend, I told you, you're in, 100% in. She likes you, you're in. Like that audacious, that spirit of like, I can't believe you just said that. If a girl says that to you, you're 100%. She loves you, she wants you, you're in, 100%. I can't believe you can't say that. I can't believe you said that. If you have a girl saying that to you, you did something right.
It's the same as a girl saying to you, I'm not going to sleep with you tonight.
Exactly. It's the same thing. I don't do that.
What happens 1 hour before?
Thanks for the tip.
Spankity spank.
Yeah, spankity spank.
I'm telling you, man.
That's funny.
It has to be fun, right? It has to be fun and it has to be funny to you. It has to be amusing to you, right? And it has to be amusing to her. Because, you know,
being self-amused is one of those points that I try to attack in my sets. You know, if I'm having a good time, she's going to feel that. It's contagious.
Yeah,
I'm in a constant state of self-amusement.
I realize you guys should come visit. Come to Europe. You're in Chicago right now, right? Chicago.
Yeah.
Come to Romania. Come hang out.
Would love to, man.
Well, thanks for the invite, brother.
Yeah,
someday
I'll be there again this year. Don't worry.
Anyway, I'm not normal. I'm crazy.
We had good times. We had good times, man. They were peak experiences for me. Thanks again for inviting me out.
Did you
Let
get a
me be
shock
your
when we
friends.
turned up at your birthday?
Oh, I
Zan?
loved it. I loved it. I was like thrilled. You have no idea.
Surprise!
I was thrilled, guys. These guys surprised me. And I have a conference I do twice a year in Romania for my members. We have like 60, 70 guys, and these guys crashed my party. I didn't know they were
We
in
met some
town.
PUAs. We met some PUAs on the street, and they were like, "You going to Zan's?" I'm like, "No, but don't tell him we're coming. We are now. Don't tell him."
It's so good, man. And then you guys
We're
stayed
like-
for like weeks, right? You stayed.
Yeah,
Well, that's what I
It's
do.
great.
Guys are
we go
just
CEC.
girls are just hot guys, like Mystery says, right?
Yeah, that's what I always say.
Remember that quote, guys. Girls are just hot guys. Mystery.
Yeah. Yeah, come over. Come hang out.
All right.
Come
thank you
my
for that.
conference is the end of May in Romania.
right.
Come back.
Okay.
Guys, come.
I love
We can
it.
talk
There.
in my
It's
conference.
amazing.
I'll be.
I
heading
was
to
very
Spain
charmed
in the
by
next couple
Bucharest.
months, so
I was very charmed by Bucharest. I thought it was a nice city, and I was very disappointed to not meet you. Mystery was
Yeah,
talking
that's
you up,
true.
and I was like, "Oh, I'm gonna meet Zan," and then
yeah,
you
no.
there
Also,
the
Zen
2
has
weeks.
a wonderful social circle.
I do.
Family, friends, loved ones. I
We've
mean,
got a lot of girls in our social circle. Yeah.
they're just
We-
such. Like you're surrounded by unicorns.
Yeah. It's
That
beautiful.
makes you a wizard.
We play guitar. We hang out. Like 3 nights a week or so. We have the same group of people, and people coming into the city all the time. And we have just a real. So we have this. I do salon amarata. You know, like
It was
my
so.
salon.
I had this night out in Bucharest. I met a girl. I was actually out
Wow.
solo because Mystery was sick. Mystery was actually really sick for like
Yeah.
3 to 5 days. I went out by myself. I met a girl, and we bounced to some little dive bar, and we listened to this keyboardist, a violinist, and a guitarist. Just 3 of them. There must have been 15 people in this bar. And by the end of the night, multiple times throughout the night, tears were streaming down everybody's
Wow.
face because this violinist was so good. He was actually on Eurovision. But it was just this smoke-filled little pub that nobody would even know. And
Yeah.
seriously, this violin was just tapped into another dimension, man.
Is that I think I know who you're talking about. Was his name Alexander Rybak, and he represented Norway, but he's a Russian guy?
Very possibly. I don't know,
Wow.
but I literally had to get up and shake this guy's hand, tears streaming down my face
Wow.
from his violin music. Anyway, the point was that I was very, very charmed by Bucharest. I thought it was a nice city.
Yeah. Come back, man. Come back.
Yeah.
Come
Would
hang
love
out.
to.
Life is short.
Yeah. Hell
Mystery
yeah.
was
world is
leading
wide.
into
And if you're
the
ever in
next question
Chicago,
I said.
man, if you're ever passing through Chicago, man, you have a couch here. I don't have a second bed. I
That
turned it
100%
into
I
a
would-
studio.
I would-
So
I will take you up on that. I promise you. If I come to Chicago.
This
Yeah,
is what
you
the
know someone
panel's
on the
for.
ground here. That's good.
All
All right,
That's
Ice.
good.
Next one.
Alrighty. Yeah, Mystery, you were leading nicely into this one. Here it is. What's your take on social circle game, and how would you personally apply it?
Well, it's something we all want to get to. That's a level of game. The first level is opening groups. The second level is merging groups to build social proof. The third level is allowing last night's successes to assist you in this night's successes, right? That's a level of social circle game. But real social circle game is level 4, where
Hmm.
you're allowing last month's successes, all those phone numbers that you've collected, to assist you in this month's successes by inviting them out and having events and sweetening the pot of going to a club with girls on your arms on the inn. That's social circle game. And level 5 game is hot game or celeb game. That's how I break up the game into 5 different levels. There's also zero game, which is opening singles, but we start at level 1, which is opening groups. So if you want to get to social circle game, you still got to learn how to open up the 3 set. You got to open up a group of 3 people and get good at that so that you can allow the snowball to get bigger as it rolls down the hill, as you progress level by level by level.
Mystery's game more closely resembles social circle game than it does direct pickup. There are this pitting, competing ideas out there. Oh, social circle game is better than pickup. Mystery's indirect style of game, the M3 model, is more closely related in the food chain or the tree of life of game. It's more closely related to social circle game than it is to cold approach, direct, fast escalation style of game. Beckster, would you agree with that?
I think it's somewhere in the middle. It's semi-rect, semi-direct. Yeah, it's definitely
Semi-rect.
because level one is the free set. It's not one girl on her own. It's free. It's three people. It could be two dudes and a girl. There's many times that we've both seen Mystery, or maybe all of us have seen Mystery open a set, get in there. The guys love him and literally throw him the girl. So you know that is a form of social circle game. Yeah. And now you merge in sets. That's social circle game. Now, not always turning up with girls, but sometimes turning up with girls. So I think it lies in the semi-social direct game, you know, semi-indirect and direct.
Calibrated.
It's calibrated
game. Calibrated indirect game where we're playing solid game as well, slowing things down. That looks like social circle game. To the people looking on that don't know who we are, we look like we're socializing.
Group theory. It can be classed under group theory. Now, is group theory social circle game? It fits in there. It fits in it fits out there and in there. So group theory.
Yeah, the way I look at it is if I moved to a new city, didn't know anybody, and I was brand new and I wanted to get a social circle, right? Which is a question a lot of guys have. What I would do, knowing what I know, is I would go into a place like a lounge or a bar or something like that, and I would look for the guy who's surrounded by women. I would look for the guy, not the girls. The real advanced guys in that get this kind of sense of abundance, they approach the men. They don't approach the women. They approach that guy who's surrounded by girls. You say, "Hey, listen, I have to shake your hand. You look like the guy I should meet because you're surrounded by all the girls. I'm with these guys, and you have the girls. You're the guy I should meet." Now he likes you. You complimented him. All the girls are listening. Who's this guy? Like this. You approach the men. Like the strongest thing is approach the men that obviously have women around them, and they like you immediately. They invite you to their boat. They invite you to their parties because you were respectful to them. You didn't try and break one off from their, one of his girls, or like, how like the pickup artists used to teach us, back in the day, how to break one off from the herd and isolate her. But you don't do that. You respect the guy and say, you know what? You have all the girls. You're doing something right. It must be your cologne, brother. You respect him and you compliment him. He likes you immediately, and all the girls immediately like you. And now you have a social circle. Now you're in, say, Warsaw. You've never been there, been there before. Now the guy says, "Hey, next weekend, hey, what are you doing? We're gonna have a party at my house." Now you're in the inside. You have a social circle. You approach the men, not the women.
I think this is your forte, Mystery.
Yeah, you get it, right?
I fully agree with that.
You get it, right? You talk to the guy. The guy's going to hook you up. Yep, there you go.
What I like to do is introduce women to a man. I'll get two girls on my arm, open a set and simply say, "Come on, let's go make some friends." And there's a guy who has girls at his table.
There you go.
I will then say, "Hey, she wanted to meet you."
Yeah.
Right. And he gets occupied with the girls I presented him, giving me access to the girls he's with. Right.
The amateur way of looking at it is like, okay, let me just suss out who is that his girlfriend, is his sister, like are they part of the group, and try and isolate one from the herd. No. The great ones walk up and shake his hand, say, "You know what? You're surrounded by all the girls. I have to shake you. I have to get to know you. You're the guy. I just moved here. I don't know Warsaw. I just came to Warsaw. I'm brand new here. You're the guy I should meet. Something about you. You got all these girls, and all the girls like you, and he likes you immensely. And he'll take care of you, and now he's part of you have a social circle."
Guys are not the enemy. Guys are not the enemy.
Sets are lucrative. Yeah. A mixed set is a group of people with men in them. So if there's one guy and two girls.
And he's cool. And he's like surrounded by girls, and you could feel that
He's
energy,
obviously
you know?
cool when he's surrounded by girls.
That's the guy
I
you want to hang out
appreciate
with. You want to shake his hand, not the other randoms. This guy,
Absolutely.
he's a cool guy. He's got girls. Girls obviously like him. So I like him now too because of that reason. Because girls like him. That's a good guy. Hey, he's cool.
Aim for the bullseye, aim for the top. Like I said
Yeah.
to someone was asking me about social circle game and bartenders. I was like, don't worry about the bartenders. Aim for the person who's running the place. Aim for the bullseye, aim for the top. That's
Yeah.
essentially what you're
Same
doing.
idea.
But what if his name's Jeff?
What do you mean?
Who's afraid of a Jeffrey? No.
I thought you meant you're meeting a woman at high status.
Oh no, going for whoever's like running. So in Zan's case, like the guy, the women are around the guy, so he is the bullseye. In the case of like what I did with a club where I just networked with a person responsible for running the entire party,
Which is
club
the same
nights.
idea. Like you go
Yeah,
to
he
that
is the
guy.
bullseye in that context, in that
Like,
situation. So
you
it's
say
the
this
same.
phrase.
So he's surrounded by girls, yeah.
Yeah, you say this phrase. You look like the guy I should meet. That instantly puts you on a peer level with the guy. Like, you know, I don't know anybody. I'm random here. I just came here. You look like the guy that I should meet. I should shake your hand, brother. He instantly likes you. And
Yeah,
all
it's
the girls like, they all glom onto you.
Mhm.
And again, remember Mystery
respectful.
sayings, girls are just hot guys.
I just tell them I work for Time Out magazine, you know, and they want to be my friends and give us free drinks and let us in the VIP area.
Yeah, man.
Alrighty.
All right,
Any other comments on this?
I'm not normal, am I? I realize I'm just like, I'm out here, man.
Every minute that goes by, I just relate with Zan even more. I'll have to explore more, like what kind of stuff.
I'm insane. I just like,
Yeah.
Sounds sane to me, man. I dig it. Maybe I'm crazy too, though. We're probably the wrong ones to ask.
probably right?
Or the
Yeah.
crazy genius type, maybe. Let's go for, or maybe what's the thing with the kiss the ring? You got stories about that? What you were talking about earlier? Like I got 4, so I would specify like the Ace of Spades ring. That's the one that I use, but kiss the ring. It doesn't work most of the time. It's just when appropriate, it's good to use to see how far she's down. I suppose would be one
I
way
could
to
see
say it, but
Mystery doing that. I could see Mystery going, kiss the ring. Like,
I want to hear your versions. Like how do you do it?
I've never done the kiss the ring gambit. This one's new to me. Have I heard this one?
It's just a compliance test to see if they'll kiss your ring.
I
It's
feel
called
like I've
being
never.
obsequious. I teach the word obsequious. It means kiss the
Yeah,
ring. That's what
that makes sense. For me, it's like, give me my sugar, give me a kiss here. I'm gonna go to back to my friend Mystery, give me a kiss here, and I'll come back and see you. I always do this, like, because I want that, because it breaks the intimacy barrier, and it's a compliance test, I guess you could say, right?
Yeah.
And it's low barrier to entry, and you've broken the physical contact.
That's right.
And you'll never. If a girl kisses your cheek, you're never, ever, ever gonna be in the friend zone with that girl. Never, not possible. No, you broke it.
I
Not
can
possible.
see trust being broken if you quickly turn. So she kisses you on the lips.
Yeah.
Give us some sugar. Mwah.
With my sugar, baby. Okay, listen, I'm gonna go.
It's
Listen, nice to
better
talk to you.
let her kiss you here
Yeah.
and roll on.
I say it was nice to talk to you and your friend, and your friend's cute, and you. Listen, I'm gonna go back to my friends, Mystery and Ice. Give me a kiss here and give me a kiss here. Bye, girls. And now you can go. That's the pull that you talk about. You can go back anytime. You can go back 3 seconds later.
Yeah.
You've already you broke it, and you can go back. Hey, by the way, I forgot to ask your names. Okay, I'm gonna come back. You can leave again.
Mm-hmm.
I did this one with my fiance one
recapture.
time. I held my phone up for my fiance to kiss me. I said, let's do a kiss selfie. And as soon as she came in to kiss me, I licked her lips. I just went, licked her whole face. And I got it on video on my Facebook. It's great.
That's you got to play that on the wedding.
It's
What's
true.
that?
Like
Play it on the wedding.
Play the
you
clip
have
on
the
the
wedding.
wedding.
Play it.
it's like Deanna is the only girl I'll kiss in the bar because like she's over there talking to people and stuff like that, and she comes over and says, "Give me a kiss here, baby." And I want all the girls to see it. All the girls I was talking with, I want them to see it. Here's my yes. Anyway, what I was going to say to you, blah blah blah. I'm not normal, man. I'm crazy. I realize it.
Do you use ice because you've got a lot of rings? Do you use the ring gambit? You know, the
No, I
one that
don't.
goes-
I just like I wear a
What
lot of
is
girls'
that?
jewelry. Who said something earlier? I wear girls' jewelry because guys' jewelry is boring, right?
Yeah,
Like this is all girls' stuff, right?
yeah, exactly. It's better.
Yeah, because guys' stuff is lame. It's the same stuff over this girl scarf, you know? Girls'
It
belts.
hits
Guys'
better.
belts are lame.
If you can buy it at a mall, don't buy it.
Don't go to a mall anyway.
I go for the unique stuff. Like one's my wedding ring, Peruvian
Yeah.
silver, but the rest are like I just got this one many
I like
years
that
ago
one. I like that one. That's cool.
from China, just some random Chinese
That's
commerce
cool.
website, and they don't really
Ace of
sell it
spades.
anymore, so I can't. I got too fat, so it kind of squishes my skin. Like it's been like that for a while now, but I lost weight specifically to keep
Nice.
my finger attached to my body, and because it's the right thing to do. And then there's this one. I became too fat to wear it on where I used to wear it, the other finger. But this one, my girlfriend, more than 10 years ago, wanted to buy this for me, and I bought it for myself, not knowing that this is the one she specifically, the exact fucking one that she wanted to buy for me. So that's a weird one, but I do have my Viking arm ring, which I have shown the other guys before. This
That's
is
cool.
pure silver, so expensive, but it's molded from a real artifact from 1,000 years ago in Gotland, Sweden. So it's called a Viking arm ring, and this is pure silver. I had another one just made of pewters, like whatever cheaper materials, but it's very unique to me. And what I say is I'm gonna die wearing it, and it's gonna be taken off my body once I'm dead and given to my children.
Wow.
I do have children, so my daughter asked me, "Oh, you're gonna die?" It's like, no, let me clarify, because she's when
It's
I
going
die,
to
this is
Valhalla with
yours.
you.
It's not coming with me, it's going to you. That's
It's
what I
going to
mean.
Valhalla with you.
There you go.
In spirit.
That's
Yeah.
cool.
All right, grabbing the conch shell. Let's head back to a pickup related topic. What else do you have on the list, Dice?
Alrighty. Here's a nice one. Can you guys share a story of when another person on this panel showed some highly impressive pickup and seduction skills?
I've seen some game. All of you.
How
Are
much
you
time
I've
you
already
got?
talked about. I've already talked about it.
Well, Ablaze, you had your three-way makeout on the beach in Spain.
Yeah, four-way. There were three girls. So it would be a four-way makeout, right?
Beckster.
Me plus three girls.
Wow.
Yeah.
Beckster is arguably the greatest PUA I've seen in field. If only he'd follow up on the girls he gets.
Wow.
Interested in him.
That's a good endorsement, man.
Who's the second
And
best
From
mystery? Who's the
mystery,
second
Beckster,
best?
from mystery. That's
And I
that's
haven't seen you ice, but you have a girlfriend who I have seen. Good for you. I mean, a wife rather, who I have seen. So good for you. And Zan, watching you game where you are titillated by her, which I've seen, in other words, you were in front of the right set. Boy, can you rap. You have frames that you set, and the frames you believe, because you're telling women how you view the world.
Wow.
It's not just a frame, it's your beliefs. And
Yeah,
they
that's
fall
true.
into your frames, into these beliefs,
Wow.
with a big smile on their face. So here's the commonality that you all share. You all make your women laugh.
Yeah.
You all are comfortable with them. You're cognizant of their comfort levels, right? And you make your women laugh all the way to the bedroom. I attempt to take parts of all of you and incorporate it into my game. So my game has improved by watching you guys work. I've seen you all work in field, and it's been obviously a pleasure.
Mixed Venusian arts.
That's right. A little bit of everyone. You know, the best parts, only because the timeline is limited. Otherwise, I use all of it. You know?
Wow.
Indeed.
Here's
And you
one,
never stop learning, huh? Like
Oh,
remember
I'm still a student of the art.
remember 20 years ago we had Mysteries Lounge back in the day?
Yes, sir. That was cool. I owned my
And
own
it's
lounge.
gone. It's gone. All that content.
We
we
now
created-
have one on Skool, though.
Yep, it's called Attraction Unleashed.
Ah. Wow.
You should join it. It's somewhere
I would
to,
totally enjoy it.
yeah, it's somewhere to get your thoughts back into pickup. You know, if you have a question that needs answering, there's hundreds of guys with answers for you in that forum.
Huh.
here's a memorable one for you. When we were in Barcelona, same place that I did the 4-way makeout, right? There was a documentary crew there filming, and I'm not going to name the documentary because I don't think all in all we're a big fan of it, because they cut out all the best bits, right? We thought it was going to be a balanced documentary. They were going to show infield footage. We had women signing disclosures, agreeing to be on camera and so forth, right? Mystery met a woman, and his girlfriend at the time tolerated, you know, that he needed to demo for the camera, right? That's kind of what we were doing. We were demonstrating for the camera. We also had, I don't know, 8 students, 10 students, all of them paying thousands of dollars each. They're watching Mystery. I was there, Beckster was there, and there's a film crew. And Mystery meets this woman, beautiful, super attractive woman. I actually spoke with her at one point as well. She was extremely attractive, extremely smart. And within a matter of 10 minutes, 15 minutes, Mystery had her on a couch, and he was kissing her and he was conversing with her, and her face was lit up. And he played solid game. He didn't try to do anything too aggressive that night, although I do think you had some intimate moments with her on the beach. And to see that, to see him perform with that kind of pressure, with that spotlight on him, I mean, you want to talk about performance anxiety, you know, this is as high pressure as it gets, you know. So this stuff.
I remember in New York City when Neil Strauss's book The Game was going to be out. We were in New York City, and remember Niraj and you and me and Neil and Vanity Fair and GQ magazine were following these guys, following around, and the big cameras. Remember in Montreal, and the big cameras following us around. It was like, who's these people? That was a big thing back then, man. And I remember Neil being completely nervous because he had to demonstrate to Vanity Fair or GQ magazine that night. He had to show him a set, and they wanted to follow him around. He's like all nervous. Remember that?
Yeah, he didn't want to be pushed. That's all.
No, he didn't want to be put on the spot. Exactly.
That's right. You know, show us your skills, kid.
Yeah, show what you got. Yeah,
right?
exactly.
He didn't like that pressure. I could take that
Incredible,
level of pressure, though. If someone points out a hot girl, I'll go and meet her.
Yeah.
You know, if she's my type, I'll go and meet her.
I wasn't there for this set, but I remember Beckster one time going into a set, and he was dealing with a really, really testy woman who, within seconds of him opening the set, she grabbed his straw out of his drink and tossed it like this over her shoulder. And Beckster didn't even flinch. He just kept running whatever routine he was in the middle of, as if he didn't even see the straw go flying. And within 10 minutes, 15 minutes, I don't remember the exact timeline, but he spun her around to his favor and got the digits. I don't know what happened from there, but I remember watching that.
Oh, I thought Mystery moved the straw when he.
He thought it was a magic trick. Hey, that's cool, Mystery.
Blame Canada.
I'm used to it.
Blame Canada, man.
Blame Canada.
Nowadays, you have to blame Canada for sure, huh?
Yeah.
Do you remember in Russia, we were out on the patio, and it was still light in the morning because it was that time of day where we were in the country. And it was amazing that we were doing it. And it's on YouTube. And he's moving straws, he's moving bottles, he's, you know, doing amazing magic. And there's a crowd all around. And this girl's like pulling her face off nearly. It was crazy. And then his hand, and every time he's moving the straw, he gets the straw out of their drink, right? At one point, and passes it to me. And I put it down, and we look over, and there's about 20 straws on the table for how many sets we've been running.
Yeah.
And creating the whole club knew us by the end of the night.
That's
It's amazing.
funny, man.
Damn.
Good times in field if you just
Instant value demonstrations.
You know, but there are men here who've been listening to us speak this whole time. Thank you for tuning in and being a part of this. That need to get out of the house more and play the game. It's fun. I mean, we do it because it's fun. You got to remember that it's worth the grind. It's raining out, it's snowing. It's worth the grind sometimes. Sometimes you're going to come home alone and wonder why you left the house in the first place. But if you just keep grinding to find, you'll find the next bubble of love, and you'll get to meet some beautiful women and change your life. It's pretty
Good advice.
extraordinary.
Yeah, and the good guys don't blame themselves. If they go out and they talk to girls, they were sincere, they did their best attempt and it doesn't work, they don't blame themselves, they don't blame the women, they blame the universe didn't make it happen. They don't say I could have been taller or, you know, more funny. They just say, okay, that didn't work. I tried. It didn't work. They don't blame themselves, which most guys blame themselves, think I should, if only I should have been more interesting, or I should have engaged her on an emotional level. And the guys who have abundance, they don't blame themselves. They say, oh, that didn't work. Let's go again tomorrow. Let's go. You want to go? Okay, let's go. Yeah.
Any other comments on this?
No, agreed. Simple as that.
Word.
Alrighty, on to the next one. Here's a little bit of a technical one that someone wanted to know. How consistently can you get the hottest girl in the room on any given day? Almost every time, 50% of the time, or what?
Every time. Every time.
You got to merge up.
50% of the time, I get her every time.
You got to
Depends
meet
on
a
how
group
I'm
of
framing it.
sevens, merge them to the eights, merge them to the nines, merge them to the 10. Is a quick rule.
How do I even give a real, I don't know.
You have to reframe the question, because that's
Yeah.
coming from a guy who hasn't gotten any yet and is hoping that getting into pickup may change things, but he's not sure yet if it's worth the effort.
Yeah.
How to get that supermodel in 3 easy
So
moves.
here's an
But you
interesting
just
one,
don't
though.
walk into the 10, do you? You go in with women. So you meet the sevens, then go and meet the eights with the sevens, then go and meet the nines with the eights, and so on.
There
You
is
get up.
there is science that shows that the more attractive a woman believes she is relative to other women, the more her behavior changes. She need not be more attractive than these other women. She need only think she's more attractive than other women, and she will behave differently. So these women, as Mystery says, it doesn't take longer to get them. It's just different. So I think that the quote unquote closing ratio is relatively similar to meeting any other woman. It's just, do you have the skill set? Do you know the nuances, the different paths in to meet her? That's what's going to make the difference. So how do we quantify that? What's the closing ratio here? You know, if I'm being really shrewd and I'm saying, look, I'm not cherry picking my approaches. I'm approaching women that I'm sincerely interested in. 10%, 20%. If I'm on a really good streak, 30%. But I don't know anybody who's really played the game at a high level that's not cherry picking their approaches, that makes some claim of, oh, I get all of them, or I even get 50% of them. There's a rejection rate to this. We can reframe it all we want and call it something else, but we're going to fail.
It's the 80-20 rule. 80% of women are not available for you. They're
And I would
married,
say-
engaged, or, you know, they're preoccupied, and 20% are excited by you. So,
and I would say,
the way it works.
don't compare your journey to somebody else's. Just go out there and game and do the best you can. Benchmarking yourself against other people, you know.
If you're gonna play these kinds of like percentage games, it's like you live in New York, there are 8 million people in New York, 4 million are men, and I'm not gay, so that's 4 million options. 10% of those are above the age of 80, and I don't want to date more than 80. 79, that's okay. And then there are some kids
Yeah.
there. Anyone under the age of 21, I'm not interested in. So then you're just narrowing it down. And then, yeah, these numbers don't really matter. It's just,
But-
are
and-
you, the way I would measure it back in the day when I was first starting out, or at least when I moved to a big city, I didn't measure like how many approaches I'm doing or how what my hit rate is, success rate, burn rate, numbers or anything. The only number I was concerned about, and this probably isn't so much of a number, but the amount of days of which I would ever go without ever having sex. So my dry spells, essentially, how long are my dry spells these days? And it never got, once I moved to the big city, it was never more than 13 or 14 days at any point as soon as I moved there. So it was like, I just don't have to worry, because if I'm not getting laid this week, I'm getting laid next week. That was just like the way I was thinking about it.
Location,
concerned with-
location. Very important.
Let's also
Exactly.
remember the most attractive woman in a given arena is not always single and available. She's often there with her boyfriend. And guess what? Sometimes her boyfriend's got game and you're not stealing her away. So
Right girl, wrong time.
You know, and
not
there's
your turn yet.
I'm not normal. I'll say another thing that's not normal. It's like women can smell pussy on a man. It's the way it goes. And if you're like holding out because you're waiting for that perfect Instagram model, and you're not wandering around in the land of women, women are not attracted to you. It's the way it works. They can smell it on you, and they recognize that. So it's like the concept is
It's abundance.
it was some guys, like I'll just be very crude. Some guys are pussy snobs. They say, "Oh, I'm waiting. 2 years I haven't had intimate with a girl because they're not my type." But there's guys who just, the guy that you know who's not tall, not in shape, not money, whatever, and he's got these Instagram models all the time. He's like, it's because he doesn't discriminate. It's because he's like, he likes girls and he likes women around him, and he represents that. He's not a snob when it comes to that kind of thing. And it's a concept that men go, wait a minute, but I have to like discriminate. Yes, but you also have to realize that there's women in the world that are engaging and enjoying the spirit of you too. So they don't discriminate. And because they smell like it, because they have that spirit, women are drawn to them in the clubs or whatever. Who's that guy? He's not tall, he's not good looking, he's wearing a ratty t-shirt, but there's something about him. Nobody knows this.
Similar to when you go into a nightclub environment, some of the sets that I do, there is no target for me. There's no particular woman of interest, but it is really nice to perform magic for a group of people and get them, happy.
There was an old guy told me when I was young, he said, if you have sex with a girl in the afternoon and you're going to go out that night, do not shower. Do not shower. It's important you don't shower.
Pheromones.
I'm not normal, guys.
Equally powerful to pre-selection is avoiding the inverse of that, which is pre-rejection. So you're pre-qualified, great, but if a woman gets the sense that you don't have women in your life, can we call that pre-rejection? The opposite.
If you don't have women in your life,
pre-selection?
you're not going to get women that you want. You're not going to get that model. You're not going to get that. They're not going to be attracted to you. That's the way it works. If you don't have
You want to
women in
look
your life,
sexually active in your clothing, in your style, that you're on the market.
They're not interested if you don't have that. Women want to go where women are. So it's like guys say, let's have a party and tell the girls we have the greatest cool guys there. Girls do not want to go where the guys are. They want to go where the girls are. So if the girls are coming to a party, they all want to go there. So, when you invite girls to parties, the hottest girls in the city are going to be there. You should come. You'll fit right in. You invite them because the girls want to go where girls are. They don't want to go where guys are, believe it or not. It's counterintuitive. But they want to go, like if a girl's going to go to a house party and there's only be guys there, she just puts her hair in a ponytail, it's good. But if there's girls now, I have to put my makeup on, I have to put my sequins on, I have to because girls dress up for girls, not for guys. So it's like They want
very
to know.
competitive.
That's a great insight.
Yeah, they don't want to go where the guys are. They want to go where the girls are. So if you're creating a party environment, say that all the girls are going to be there, you're going to love it. Girls. We're going to be a fashion photographer. We're going to. And you don't say all the cool guys are going to be there because they don't care about that. They want to go where the girls are so they can compare themselves like this. That's what women do. So it's like women want to be drawn. And if a man doesn't have women in his life, they're not attracted to you. They can't smell it. They can't feel it. They can't feel that you know, like you had a great experience in the last few days. They can't feel that energy and they're not drawn to you.
Mystery used to put a spray of female cologne on, women's cologne.
Yeah, perfume.
Perfume.
That way a girl would smell me and say, "Ooh, you smell good. What are you wearing?" And I'd say nothing.
Fucking genius, man. Oh my God.
Incredible, man.
Whatever moves are there, that we gotta find some more like techniques like this.
No, it's I don't know. I think different, man. I'll be quiet.
No, Zan, you are way of being. The way of the lover.
Well, I get excited,
horny
you know.
lover of Pepe Le Pew.
Pepe Le Pew.
He was a lovable character, wasn't he?
Yeah.
I love Pepe Le Pew.
No kidding,
Maybe
man.
that's extreme, but you show your sexual interest as you're titillated to do so when it feels right to do so. There she is. She's beautiful, and you
Yeah, you
don't
know what?
rip the roots, rip the flowers out by their roots, but
No.
you do enjoy her beauty.
Exactly. The number one thing that women cannot resist is desire. And I don't mean neediness. And there's a fine line. Guys like, why desire? No, you don't. You're horny and like just needy. But desire is incredible. Women want to give that. They want to inspire men. They want to give you, they want to make you feel fulfilled. They want to make you feel, you know, they want for the right guy, they want to give, that's their nature. That's who they are. And when you appeal to that, they're like, I'll give you anything. I'll do anything for you.
Zan, I have a
So-
question for you. Mystery and I have done a few live online workshops. We're likely doing another one at some point in the future. And one of the new subjects that we're teaching is called advanced frames.
Oh.
And what you have been spitting this entire call has been very high level macro and micro level frames, I like to call them. I would love for you to join our next live online. Just drop in for an hour. Give the
Tell
guys
me when. I promise I'll come. Yeah.
Amazing.
Tell me when. Give me heads up, and I'll come. Yeah, I'll join. Yeah, for sure.
Beautiful.
I mean, for no reason other than what else is there? What other conversation is? What else can I do with my time?
These
You
are
know? So,
powerful
yeah.
frames, man. These are powerful frames.
Yeah, and it's real, you know.
Yeah. Beliefs.
Yeah.
Beliefs. You are the lover. You know, I heard there's 4 archetypes of people. This is one way of seeing the world. It's a cognitive model. 4 of them. One is the king, someone who you brought up, Zan. Another one is the lover, someone who you have embodied. Another is the warrior, something that I don't focus on personally as the warrior. And what's the 4th one? God damn it. And there's a 4th one.
The wizard.
The mystic.
Forgive me.
The
The
wizard.
magician. The
Magician.
magician. I have used the magician archetype in my life. I've used king as well from time to time, and I've used lover. But warrior, I look to my wingman to protect me because I'm a wingman. I know
Yeah,
enough
man.
martial arts to get myself seriously hurt.
There's
That's-
a time for all of them. There's a time for all of the archetypes.
That's right.
And I've seen the warrior in you before. You have the warrior in you too.
Yeah, like this. Yeah, Shane.
Mystery and Shaquille O'Neal are like the only guys who would have bodyguards smaller than them. You gotta defeat them before you get to the final boss.
There you go.
Shaq's in
Exactly.
jiu-jitsu too. Shaq has a purple belt, I think, in jiu-jitsu, which is pretty serious.
Mm.
Do not fight that man. Understood.
Yeah.
Alrighty, on to the next
Yeah.
one. What are your thoughts on the London day game model?
That's Beckster.
That's an old model. That's just like running in front and trying stopping someone.
Is that Piccadilly?
It's outdated and it never really hit for high level. You know, it would attract girls, but anyone that you're really, really looking for is not going to attract them. You're not meeting them that way. That's not a way to meet high value women. So, and I guess it's finished now, isn't it? That was like 15 years ago.
It's training wheels.
Yeah, it was a fad. It was a fad.
It's,
Yeah, it was a training
it's
wheels.
an experience to
But
put yourself
not
through,
really-
like asking people for the time.
Not really good training wheels, though. Not really good. You don't jump in front. I've said it earlier. Don't jump in front.
If you
Well,
are going to
already
jump
on
in
the
front of
back
them, if you are going to jump in front of them, you have to do the Superman stop. Or like if Superman was going to jump in front of a missile, it would be, you don't stop it like this. It's,
And you back up. Exactly.
body rock out as you stop.
There you go. There you go.
And your comments.
Good times, man.
Well,
we're
Oxford,
almost on 4
Oxford-
hours. We're hitting
Oxford
a 4 hour
Street
mark.
is saturated. Was
really?
back in the day saturated with day gamers. So everyone was jumping around in front of women all the time, and it was like crazy. So it killed itself. Really, it imploded.
Like a
You
horror
know, you know
movie.
why I think it imploded? This is an interesting one. Why do pickup artist communities implode? Because they don't have a charismatic leader to lead them to the promised land.
Hmm.
They choose the wrong leader who takes them to the shitty bars or to the shitty streets, right? As opposed to bringing them up on the same street, into the building, up the elevator, to the rooftop patio where all the hotties are.
Yeah,
Follow the leader.
you have to go to where the high value women are.
That's what you
I've
said
said
earlier.
this. I've
Yeah.
said this before. I'll say it again. This is not me kissing Mystery's ass, but who's replaced Mystery? I mean, there have been some contenders out there, but who's the? I haven't seen the charismatic leadership of Mystery replicated. I've seen guys come close to it. I've seen some pickup artists and coaches that I like and appreciate and say, "Oh, that guy's good." But Mystery, you're still, in my opinion, man, you're still top of the food chain, man.
That's nice. That's a nice thing to say.
No,
That's
for
cool.
for real, man.
Just that.
Caesar.
Can you imagine the
Hail
pickup
Caesar.
artist? Can you imagine the pickup artist starring Ablaze? You know, it's just not quite the same. It's Mystery is the pickup artist. You know?
Don't sell yourself short there, man.
No, I appreciate that.
Seriously.
Thank you, Zan.
We're at
There's
4
only
hours.
few.
Dream
There's
up the
only
top
few
for
of us.
everyone.
Yeah.
What were you saying, Mystery?
Ice, we're at 4 hours exactly.
Yes. Wow.
So,
Yeah. It's 3 in the
oh,
morning.
yeah,
here.
let's-
I have to go to sleep.
Take the lead on this again.
Huh?
Yeah.
I'll
Say-
take
say
one
it
more
again.
question, then I'm gonna bow out, guys.
Yeah. Let's go for one more question.
I'll hang out.
Yeah. Anything you guys want to talk about while I look for one?
Ablaze, you want to talk?
You're a great
Hey, Blaze,
combination
you're in
of guys
Chicago,
to
right?
have on this.
I'm in the
So,
Chicago suburbs. Yeah, this is where I've got a condo. I've got family out here. So
Okay. Yeah.
if it weren't for family, I'd probably be living somewhere cooler, maybe a little nicer weather and so forth. But
Family's
I've got
important, dude.
my roots here. Yeah.
Yeah.
I've got an Italian mother. If I ever moved away, she'd probably die. Like on
Yeah,
the
gotcha,
street.
man.
She'd just keel over.
And how long you need to be there, Mystery, in Chicago?
Oh, I'm heading to Bali on the 5th, meeting up with Beckster in Bali, Indonesia. That's the other side of this planet. And we're planning on running a training boot camp in Bali. How
Okay.
exciting is that?
I should
That's what
contact.
I'm
You should
saying.
contact Jordan because he lives there.
Done.
I'll connect you with Jordan. Yeah.
Okay.
That's
Okay,
cool.
cool. Thanks.
I got a last question, man. How to get over the feeling of being out of place and embrace fully living this lifestyle with no shame? The guy asking grew up in a religious home.
Oh wow, this is a good guy. Yeah.
No shame. What behavior is shameful? Meeting girls is a
Well,
noble pursuit.
Develop a style of game that feels right to you. Take all the different teachings out there, swirl it together into something that you can run sustainably, that you can sleep at night. You're not manipulating, you're persuading. It is your God-given right to be persuasive and influential. You're allowed to talk to women.
That's
You're
right.
allowed to pursue love. Find a way that works for you.
Already. Any other comments? Yep. Well, as Mystery said, we've been on here 4 hours. That is incredible. What a crazy lineup we had. Like Mystery's entire team and Zan. Zan, you've never been on the channel before, so for you to come join us, it's been amazing for me.
It's been fun. I like it.
We never really talked before, or only
No.
a tiny bit on like Facebook or whatever, but would love to have you on again. I'm like every minute that goes by, I'm seeing almost a reflection of myself, a hinge bit more, I suppose. I'm weird. I'm different.
I like
was
it.
like, I wouldn't say I was like the black sheep or anything like that, but I always did things differently. And that's, if you look at like everything I have ever done, it's just like you see everything's pretty much different. So I
Well, that's
relate
cool.
so much to the things you were saying. Beckster, it's his first time, and Mystery, first time on the panel. Not the first time on the channel, but on the panel. It's excellent to have you guys here and together. So this is being probably the most amazing combination of people going back old school and all that stuff. So 4 hours, you deserve to talk about whatever you want to talk about. If you want to advertise something, anything you want to say, I leave it up to you guys. Yeah. Anything you guys
We got
wanna-
Barley coming up.
I'll go
Barley?
first. So
That's the next one.
I'll go first so that the legends here can close out, okay? Because I still feel like my best coaching days are in front of me, and not to say that your guys is not, but I'm just saying I feel like I'll lead and let you guys close out the call. So as Beckster said, there's a Bali boot camp coming up. After Bali, there is an Austin, Texas boot camp that Mystery and I will be conducting. We're also going to be doing a live online workshop. I would love, as I said before, Zan, for you to pop in for at least an hour or so.
Just give me notice.
Yeah,
I'll make and I promise I'll make it happen for you guys. For sure.
So we've
It'll
got
be fun.
the Austin, Texas boot camp. We've got the live online workshop, and I would like to plug my soon-to-be released book. I'm hoping it's going to be done in February. I was shooting for January, but it's likely going to be February. The Vortex of Love. I have poured my heart and soul into this book. You'll see lots of reflections of Mystery in the book. If you're a fan of Mystery's work and the M3 model, you're going to love the Vortex of Love. It's a customizable superstructure. Thank you very much. It's my proudest accomplishment. So with
That's so cool.
With that, I'm going to turn it over to the legend. Zan, it was really nice to meet you, brother.
Well, I wrote this book, The Alabaster Girl. That's the only thing I would promote.
I've read it. I've read it.
Did you?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh my goodness. My life work, but I'm writing a second book right now. I'm working 4 hours a day, and I'm fighting with it. It's like I'm not in speaking terms with it, because it's like you look at it and you shudder. But it's writing is not easy, man. I'm not a prolific writer. I'm not a blogger. I don't blather. It's so hard for me to write.
I can relate, man. I'm traumatized. I don't know if I'll write a second book. This was so hard.
It's hard, man. It's hard. But anyway,
I'm on my second edition, and it's just fucking killing me. It's been nearly 2 years. I've been writing the second edition, but it only
it's not
took
easy,
3
right?
months. It took 3 months to write the original, but it's taken me 2 years to get the second edition. Like, the book's already made. It's just the second edition.
Well, it took me 10 years to write this crazy thing.
God damn.
Yeah, 10 years. Well, I was traveling and speaking and doing, distracted and stuff. Yeah, but at 10 years it took me to write. Yeah, from 40 to 50. Yeah. I published it on my 50th birthday. Amazing.
Already Mystery, what were you going to say?
Oh yeah, just that those who have been listening in, no doubt, if they've gotten this far, are interested in the topic of pickup. And that's what we do. We teach cold approach pickup in field. That is to take the gentleman into nightclubs and gatherings, and put rubber to the road. And that's where we meet beautiful women and learn set by set how to get great at cold approach pickup. Our events are 2 days, 3 days, 4 days. And if anyone would like to learn more about such training with Ablaze, Beckster, myself, head to askmystery.com for the full schedule of events that we have in place for this year, 2025. Fair? Askmystery.com.
I want to join it, man. I would like to come hang out.
I'd love you to be there, man.
I want to be part of the boot camp. I want to learn. I would like to. I would love it, man. I would learn from you guys, man. That would be cool.
That's real stuff right there. Beckster, anything you want to say? You're muted.
You're muted, pal.
Just check out the Skool Attraction Unleashed, same as the website, attractionunleashed.com. And you'll find Pickup in Paradise spots there and lots of forums and products and so on. But yeah, all good, man. I enjoyed it. It's good fun.
Good times.
It's been emotional.
Thanks for having me.
By the way, if you go to alabastergirl.com, I give my books away for free. I sign them and send it around the world. You just pay for shipping and stuff like that. So go to alabastergirl.com. I'll sign a copy, send it to you.
Oh, dude,
Well,
I'm
we're all
getting one,
getting
man.
one.
Totally. I read your
You know,
book.
in the last few years, I've sent out 10,000 books. Signed
Amazing.
each one by hand.
God damn,
Crazy.
that's crazy.
I know.
That's
Wow.
amazing, man.
Well, I want people to read
Is
it
that
more
why
than
your forearm is so big?
Yeah. Well, yeah. Well, not
I
because
wish
of the
I
other
could do
thing.
that, man. I want people to buy my book and pay me money, but maybe one day I'll get there. That's
Well,
awesome.
yeah.
That's amazing. Mystery, shall we tease, or we don't have the details of that, but shall we tease the idea that we had for the community? The pre-boot camp thing? Or shall we
Well,
save that for another
let's-
occasion?
Let's save that for another occasion.
Yes,
We've
we're
loaded
not
them
gonna
up with
tease
enough information this time.
it. There's an information overload. You guys just watched 4 hours of the dating coach panel.
Incredible.
That is more information than the average person, than any person. The most informed person got 300 years ago in their entire lifetime. Think about this shit. This is what we do at Game Global. This is what we do on the dating coach panel. You guys are amazing. People watching, the panelists, all you guys, catch you guys on the other side. 4 hours, absolutely incredible.
Thanks,
for
Ice, for
so much,
having me,
Ice.
man.
Take care. 100
Really well
years
done.
of game.
Much
Thanks,
love.
guys. Good to see everybody.
You too, pal.
Take care.
Keep well. Bye, everyone.
Ending stream. Catch you guys on the other side.